쏟아져 빛이 멀게 된 눈이 멈추지 않아 Once we go 날카로운 날로 모든 뼈 빨리 달려 넌 못 따라와 True diamonds we do it True diamonds 보여줄게 모든 쉽게 이기든 지든 My crew make the beat drop
Hello， 大家好，我是卡斯蹦。每首歌每个人背后都有一段故事。这次那些音乐人的故事要带来看的是鬼才创作歌手米津玄师 Yones Kenshi。1991年3月10日，出生于日本德岛县德岛市，父亲于电脑相关公司上班。由于幼年时米津的父亲不常跟他互动，父子之间的关系不算融洽。母亲则是家庭主妇，使用美术相关教师执照。米津上面还有个姐姐，她的姐姐平常会在家里练习钢琴，因此米津是在音乐及绘画如木兰下生长。米津从小就不太擅长跟别人交流，因为自己的名字米津玄师非常的独特，让他觉得自己好像跟别人不同。他曾在幼年玩耍时不小心跌倒受伤，撞到嘴唇，到医院缝了好几针。结果回到学校上课后，发现同学们都围着他看，在那个瞬间，让他感觉自己真的跟普通人不一样。或许在别人眼中我是个怪物，这样的想法开始在米津心中诞生，也让他非常厌恶看到自己的脸，渐渐影响到日后创作内容。在他笔下创作当中，几乎看不见男性角色，反而都是女生居多，以及大家所熟悉米津所创造出来的怪兽们。对此，他在访谈时曾说过：“每当我画出男性角色时，我都会投射出自己的样子，我非常讨厌这种感觉，所以每当我要画自己时，我会拿各种东西遮掩我的脸。于是，怪兽们就这样诞生了。所谓的怪兽，正是米津对于自身的投影。而2003年时，他曾在日本音乐杂志《Rock on Japan》连载了怪兽图鉴栏位，每期都会画上不同的怪兽。连载最后在2015年底迎来最终回。米津在最终回画的怪兽非常特别，是一位看起来有点寂寞可爱的人类女生，并在下方注解道：许多人在说明之前都知道自己其实是个怪兽。或许米津在连载结束前就已经知道所有被人类称为怪兽的本质，其实就是人类自己了吧。幼年时期的米津常常独自一个人画画，在小学5年级时，家里接上网路，米津开始与外面世界大上线。其中影响他最深的就是 Flash 动画，利用好几张图片加上音乐而制成的影片，让他开始对音乐
佢才出唔出嚟睇？
立志成为一名漫画家。上了国中以後，開始寫作業，並於高中時跟朋友組隊，名叫做 Lab Rabbit Ada，去參加樂季比賽。但可惜的是，最後並沒有獎，樂團最終也因為人不合而解散了。米津也在這個時候自己並不喜歡跟朋友，失去了自我主義者。於是原本高中畢業後到大阪念美術的他，選擇在這個時候休學，並且全心全意製作自己的曲子。而動畫
一齊睇 Dam One 攞冠軍。
設備，所以早期選擇的動畫圖片都是用滑鼠一點一點描出來的，也被許多人稱為滑鼠。PSG 攞冠軍，手繪了與日本動畫片，並取名為哈奇。哈奇在
PSG 總拆噶嘛？
雕像忠犬小八，他的名字就叫哈奇。這也是為什麼有很多人也稱米津玄師為八爺的緣故。有關哈奇這個名字的由來，米津只有講其中一個原因，是他的姐姐在看娜娜這部漫畫當中，女主角之一的小松奈奈綽號就叫做哈奇。而哈奇時期米津做過不少日文歌曲，像是俄羅斯娃娃、小熊英雄，都超過100萬的播放量，進入了傳說級別殿堂。在2010年時，也使用哈奇的名義出過3張 CD。哈奇的名氣越來越大，讓許多人開始注意到這位離家出走的天星。那時他年僅19歲，對自己外表沒有自信的米津玄師，在製作音樂及動畫上重拾了開心與快樂。但就在成功的隔年，米津玄師20歲時被醫生確診出有高功能自閉症，這種症狀的患者智商普通偏高，語言能力強，但是對於人際互動非常不拿手，讓得知的米津像是解開這20年來問題一樣接受診斷結果。加上他身高有188公分，讓他更確定自己的與眾不同。而困擾他很久的名字米津玄師，父母從來沒有說過名字的由來，他只知道由於自己的名字非常特別，所以他決定名副其實地活下去，用不遜色於自己名字的精神，好好的繼續創作。於是2016年，他決定不要繼續躲在 Vocaloid 的隱形洞房內，使用本名米津玄師，推出了第一張個人作品《只有拉瑪》。音樂作詞作曲、專輯封面設計、動畫作畫，全都由他自己手包辦，用自己的聲音創作出屬於自己的東西。而《只有拉瑪》中的意思為重現某個場景模型，專輯的概念是一座城鎮，正因為自己不擅長與其他人交流，所以創造出了一座大家都被聯繫起來的世界。 那个时候的他决定自己的音乐要做出能够与许多人联系的歌曲，但由于是第一张专辑，在制作时还是带有许多强烈个人风格的歌曲，只把自己认为很好很酷的旋律带入，所以这张专辑在米津心中还不到真正的 J-pop 歌曲。于是2014年推出了第二张专辑 Yankee。Yankee 在英文当中是美国人的意思，而专辑曲作 Yankee 是在叙述朝着美国移民的人。这张专辑比上一张更加接近流行乐，当中也做出了被作为东京地铁主题曲的 I Need 是2015年第3张专辑《Lemon》就是由童话故事布莱梅的乐队取名而来的。故事里叙述狮子动物因为年长要被农场主人杀掉，决定逃离农场，到一个叫布莱梅的地方组乐团。但是最后因为某些原因，他们就在森林的某间小屋子住了下来，过着幸福快乐的生活。而米津2016年举办巡回演唱会，名称正式叫做米津玄师音乐队。专辑的第一首歌放上了 Unbelievers， 也就是什么都不相信的人。不相信你相信一切，不就是真的相信什么吗？这是一首用否定来达到肯定的歌曲，只有完全的否定自己，才能间接的反向思考来达到肯定。2016年做出了第一支由米津自己跳舞的 MV， 乐曲风格及歌词都十分强烈的 Loser。这张单曲也取得了历年单曲最好成绩，在 Oricon 上得到第2名的位置。详细歌曲内容介绍可以点右上角链接看我的影片哦。2017年可以说是米津合作最多一年了。2017年2月与动画3月世界合作制作主题曲《Only》。同年6月为动画《我的英雄学院》第2季制作片尾曲《再就是2017年夏天最红的歌曲，与大奥合唱，为电影《烟花》所做的主题曲《打上花火》。打上花火所取得的成功，甚至是评比为歌曲比电影本身还要红。米津也在2017年底发表个人第4张专辑《Blue Light》，当中也收录了与男演员菅田将晖合唱的《黑色雨晴》。此张专辑也成功获得 Oricon 公信榜第1名。2018年，米津玄师与日剧《法医女王》合作，搭配剧中死亡的主题，做出了攻占排行榜许久热门歌曲《Lemon》。谈到 Lemon， 米津自己也没想到这首歌会如此红。以流行乐市场为目标创作歌曲的他，在 Lemon 传遍大街小巷时，他心里只觉得原来是这首歌啊。而 Lemon 的 MV 当中，米津穿着高跟鞋这件事，在日后广播节目中获得解答。有次米津做梦，梦到自己身在一个葬礼现场，天空很蓝很干净，而在葬礼列队前面，突然有人开始吹口哨，又很吵。
I bloom like a flower in the dawn.
哇！成隊都紫色，咩玩法？
的方式在吹，这个时候其他人开始议论纷纷，为什么他要吹口哨啊？而米津自己的理解则是，吹口哨是那个人与过世的人共同的默契，只有那个人与逝者才了解吹口哨的含义。即使有些旁人无法理解事物，我也不会在意周遭眼光，全心全意的去爱你。MV 当中的高跟鞋就是被选作为代表人物物品。
哈利哦，那个超爱 play。
2018年10月，制作出了《Flamingo》这首歌与上张单曲《Lemon》的风格不同。他说，很多人借由《Lemon》认识到我了，我想知道之前听到《Flamingo》的反应会是如何。米津玄师并非碰巧爆红创作歌手，在走到今天这步之前，他将自己的想法及意念注入于自身作品当中，有许多人都不听。
I will bring you an opera of death.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. "30 seconds until minions spawn." Minions have spawned.
We have PX. Wow.
They are puppets. I pull their strings, and then they dance.
GP 做咩啊？GP 做咩啊？GP
I rehearsed this.
First blood.
Every element must be in While Ron is watching.
An ally has been slain.
They will dance. They will sing. They will die. Through my work, you shall transcend. You will be beautiful.
Easy.
I get nervous before every performance.
Enemy has been slain.
通關咗啦。
I feel inspired. Let's start the show. I serve a discerning clientele.
啊！
An enemy has been slain.
I couldn't miss your performance.
Has been slain.
呢個又歪咗嘅，黐線！
Breathe in the atmosphere. This is my love. I'm never with anyone. This is risen from the filth of rock. I look at I am beauty.
冇啦，
My genius will be understood eventually. How lovely! 3. This is the moment for our empire. Smiles. Smiles. My clients expect the best. I was put on a killer show. Your life had no value before me. The end is important in all things. You do have love. Everyone wears a mask. I just chose to create my own. That delightful moment before the curtain goes up. I provide catharsis for my clients and my victims.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
You will learn what beauty truly is. This would be easier if blood came in more colors. I can't live without this glory of the colors.
Shut down.
An icon doesn't have to
With the
explain
mouse
himself.
shut down. Oh shit. Wow, 黐線啊！啱冇中嘅。
Has been slain.
Like a flower in the dawn.
An enemy has been slain. Enemy double kill. Enemy triple kill.
It is only when the gun fires that I am alive. Each breath is a song.
어떤 일 보시고요?
Death should never be quick. It should be an opera.
他们是排除了最大周期的。
They call me mad.
An enemy has been slain. Enemy double kill.
lotus blossom. I am beauty.
There is no drama in a peaceful endeavor.
I always execute with style. I shall choreograph this affair.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
I must wait until the composition is ready. Shall transcend. Smiles and screams are in the boat.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
I cannot be good. I must be
An ally has been slain.
What sweet sadness is
Has been slain. It's a killing spree.
While everyone is watching, there is nothing but this.
Dance for me.
Your turret has been destroyed.
In the moment before I fire.
A summoner has reconnected.
My theater is this.
An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret.
When they find you, they will cry. Breathe in the atmosphere. Beauty can't be Death is certain, but killing
Your
doesn't
team
have
has
to be
destroyed
ugly.
a turret.
My dear, you remind me how little is advanced. Shall we go?
Double kill. An enemy has been slain.
Matters.
Has destroyed a turret.
Is a piece of me. I will not suffer this ugliness.
The enemy's inhibitor has respawned.
That's delightful. Before the curtain goes up. No poet's words can match my craft.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Art must exist beyond reason.
Shut down. An ally has been slain.
Center standing.
I am pure. My work is pure.
Slain.
could do better.
啊！屌，又係呢啲咪係啊！好夠啊！好煩。
Once a Vandal gunner, always a Vandal gunner.
Yo carry 啦呢茶。
Welcome to Summoner's
I've
Rift.
got a dragon and I'm not.
30 seconds until minions spawn. spawned.
Not the biggest dragon, but the best. Bring Fire solves most problems. Light a fire under 'em. Could stop him, but I won't. Dragon, hello. Beware of dragon. Who wants to lose some eyebrows? On us.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
No time for molting.
An ally has been slain.
He views flame retardant as a challenge.
Oh shit!
Tell me you don't have fleas.
Killing spree. Ally has been slain.
got. Well,
An enemy has been slain.
the fire really likes you. Love up time. Did you get into the sugar again? Dragons are just cheating. Hold on to your harness. Let's have some fun. This is so not time.
An enemy has been slain.
Just right between us.
An ally has been slain.
I'll scratch your tummy later. Roast them.
Oh,
Shut down.
He likes his food well done.
Rampage.
Oh, I know how to play life. you get bigger, you're carrying me. Are all dragons this heavy?
Killing spree. An enemy has been slain.
This is a dragon. Keep dreaming, buddy.
Turret plating will fall soon.
Who wants to lose some eyebrows? Don't mind us.
Unstoppable. Your turret has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed.
These new flame retardants.
Oh!
Shut down.
When do the dragons start flying?
Nghe tôi tả
Wanna see a fireball?
Double kill.
Wow, lẹ nè.
Hey, no chewing on me.
係有隻等佢。
You deserve it.
一馬。
Where to next? Well, I'm angry. Here you go.
Shut down. You have slain an enemy.
You really are a handful. Someone's on their best behavior. Aw, look at your little arms.
哇！
The fire really likes you.
Wow, 哇！佢踢錯人。
You deserve it.
Enemy has been slain.
Now,
Team has destroyed the turret.
we are so starting obedience training. Why are you slimy? You're
貓
stuck with me now.
Ally has been slain.
I know, I'm going. Dragons are just... Hold on to your harness. Time for a little snack break. Talk about it that egg and I can stop you.
House.
house
耶！台湾的中国，
Oof.
China.
China.
Just try it.
呢隊嘢最廢嗰兩個就係韓國人。
啱啊啱啊！
最勁嗰個係香港。對面有個叫丫餃啊，
蝦餃，哈哈！What the fuck，蝦餃？一秒兩秒。
又有 Zoom 又有丫餃。Zoom。
蝦餃，但係我倒率仲係可以秒到我黐緊線。
係咩叫 Free Hong Kong 戇鳩鳩，
We're in this together.
成個場都。
He likes his food well done.
PSG PSG。
It's scary what comes out of you. I really hope that was your stomach.
Bruh 3個 flex pick。
Michael said hi.
呢個抗。黐撚線4個 flex pick 係咩事？
邊度4個 flash pick？係啊，都真係頭。
Let's find you a snack. Here you go. Not
G
太兵又要出動啦！
This is a dragon.
Has been slain.
Beware of traps.
點解劫出手套？
Eyebrows. People coming. Don't mind us.
Oh crap！
Shut down.
撳我兩頭筆。
Slain.
You're looking mighty flammable right now. Tell me you don't have fleas. No time for more.
Enemy has been slain.
Wow！
You have been slain.
原來係拎鎖匙啫嘛，鳩啫！鎖匙好大把啊！有拎鎖匙，哦，搞條事啦！PSG 已經冇咗兩個頭啦，又係個真局。
Now they have their eyes set on Tank. The stun coming through. Here it comes.
No shift going to be available as well. Yagao dives underneath the turret. Tank just has nowhere to go. One more auto. Yagao swipes away and Tank goes back to the fountain.
Matt, Lumao is just such a joy to watch.
Yeah,
this guy is a roaming god. Like, watching his Bard in the playoffs of the LPL was just so pleasing to the eye, and now we're getting to see him on the Pantheon. This is very much what so many experts around the world anticipated. He's considered one of the best supports. He roams so much, like, it doesn't matter who he's with. He can be roaming with his mid laner, he's roaming with his jungler, it doesn't matter. He's constantly going to be looking for plays, and he's making great use of this Pantheon in the early game. Really great play in the mid lane.
And you can see as well, Loken hasn't really lost out too much in the bottom lane because of it. He's actually ahead on CS over this Jhin. Kaiwing and Unified weren't able to jump on the fact that there wasn't a support there. Hanabi using a little bit of input buffering there to make sure he gets back underneath the tower. But early doors, this is an incredible start for JDG. Much more explosive in their favor than their game yesterday. And PSG once again are being put back on the ropes, Vedius.
Yes, they certainly are now. Right side for PSG is the control of the bot side of the map. They should have information that Karnavi is here, and this could have been an opportunity for them to actually start off the Drake. They're probably just a little concerned because Zoom does have the teleports. They don't have Prio in mid lane, but they're trying to reclaim it right now. I feel like PSG need to be trying to get something else back on the map. Maybe a little bit of deep vision, maybe threatening Loken with a dive because he still doesn't have any summoner spells. But it feels like that they're just trying to respond, and now they're trying to collapse onto JDG. But I think they're just going to be able to walk out from this one, or maybe not.
He steps forward, Court of the Forge got stolen away from Kanavi. He's going to land the double knock-up, and Hanabi doesn't have his own ram to batter down the JDG top laner, so Zoom is able to escape, as is Kanavi.
So PSG decided rather than make a cross-map play, they just wanted to try and collapse onto JDG, and you can see that that did not work out in their favor. So now Lumao is going to use this as an opportunity to move into the enemy bot side jungle, start getting a little bit of information, get a bit of vision, and Loken's going to be free to get a bunch of plays in the bot side.
Now, what I love when you play a support like Pantheon and Pyke are the quintessential examples of this, is early roaming doesn't just net you gold. What it nets you is vision control, because as soon as you can get to the Umbral Glade, you can deny so much more vision from your opponents, and your roams become so much more potent, and PSG is trying to stop them by going in on the bottom lane. Deadly Flourish lands on Loken, and there's nowhere for him to go. Hanabi will take the kill.
So I was concerned that PSG wouldn't be able to punish the flashless Loken, but they're able to finally get their first kill of the game. They're going to look to convert this into the first Drake of the game as well. PSG answering back some of the aggression that we've been seeing from JDG.
It's a good TP investment. Of course, Zoom still has his, but he'll stay up in the top lane for now. Navi's actually looking to get in here. Magical Journey's available for PSG, and they're just going to run out of the pit. The Dragon isn't low enough for River, and he can't get the auto as attacks off. Almost goes down in the end, secured by Yagao. And what looked good for PSG has totally turned on its head as Kanavi almost lands the abscond. Duck steals away the Tempered Fate. River has to flash.
Even at a numbers disadvantage, JDG's like, yeah, we can fight this. Yep. Level 7 on the Sylas, level 8 on the Echo. JDG knew that with their skirmishing power, they could just dive in. They were blocking the autos from River as well. They deny the Drake. They don't get themselves any kills, but they burn even more summoner spells. And you can see this is almost classic LPL aggression, right? Like, they will fight you for these objectives. If they see an opportunity where, you know, even if it's a 50-50, they're not afraid to take these gambles. And like, to be fair to JDG, that wasn't really a gamble from their perspective. They were like, we have a health advantage, we have our ultis up. Like,
numbers advantage.
Yeah, like what disadvantage in that situation?
Oh, yeah.
So it was 2 versus 3, but they knew that tank was in the mid lane, and that was the crucial thing. Because the Syndra wasn't there was an opportunity for them to force it, and they noticed that Unified came into the pit last. Because the Jhin comes in last, they see, oh, if we just focus him, we can chunk him out, and then that 2 versus 3 is not actually a 2 versus 3, because Unified is forced to run away. So really good awareness there from JDG, continuing to accelerate the gold lead.
And alongside getting the Dragon, you also got 3 plates in the top lane, and now you're looking for another dive, and Hanabi, who doesn't have the teleport, does have a flash, but no ultimate available for him, means he's going to get locked up underneath the turret. Flashes away, TP burnt from tank, just to try and make sure that JDG couldn't get any more.
JDG just do not slow down. Constantly they're looking for plays, constantly they're moving around the map, and now PSG, they're going to have 5 people on the top side of the map. They want to contest this Rift Herald. Let's see if they can get it.
At the moment, Tank's just going to set up around it. Getting this would help PSG sort of close in on JDG in terms of gold, assuming you can use it to get some of those plates. They'll have about 2.5 minutes to do it after the Rift Herald goes down, but Lamau does have the ultimate. Lumao does have the ultimate. And PSG will just back away from the Rift Herald. Weren't willing to take it, not knowing where JDG were.
Wow, so they invest 5 people into the top side of the map, Nick, and they get absolutely nothing for it. It feels like that PSG are just kind of like chasing their tail between their legs, you know, constantly watching JDG make all these moves around the map, and they feel like that they see these small windows, but then it ends up faltering. They're not willing to commit to the play, and now they recognize, okay, well now JDG, after pushing in bot, Loken and Lumao have made their way up to this objective. This is going to be the Rift Herald for JDG, and they don't have to burn this early. They don't have to force this objective if they don't want to, because of the Drake spawning in 2 minutes. Utilizing this to generate a pressure point to make securing the second Drake that much easier is a very simple play that JDG could look to do.
And it's a much stronger performance from JDG than what we saw from him yesterday. 3,000 gold ahead at the 12-minute mark. And a lot of that gold is sitting on their key carry in Yagao.
You know, we've been talking a lot about Lumao already in this game, but also Vision Score has been something that we've been drawing a lot of attention to throughout the group stages here at Worlds 2020. Notice the Vision Score already. You know, you see a couple 8s in there, 10s, 11s, 29!
Yeah.
13 minutes into the game for Lumao. This man has been moving around the map, investing so much vision, protecting the vision as well. Like, this man is a monster.
I will add the addendum. Zombie Ward exists, Pantheon has it, so that will always buffer up your vision score numbers, but as you say, Lumao now with the Umbral Glaive is only going to get more vision control over this map, and it's going to mean you get into a situation where PSG have to face check. They have to get into darkness, and who's going to do that for you? Really, only Hanabi is available, because their Bard's going to get blown up, the Jin's going to get blown up, the Syndra's going to get blown up, and the Graves is going to get blown up.
That's a good point, Medic. Now let's have a look at the map state right now, because the Dragon is going to be spawning in about a minute's time, and this is where you really start to see teams setting up for it. You'll notice that for the time being, JDG is actually committing a lot towards the top side of the map. That's because they want to be able to take this tower and then rotate to bot, but PSG are trying to stop.
Really nice-tempered Fate, but they don't land the stun on Kanavi, who dodges away, and now the TP comes in from Yagao. He's looking to try and get onto Tank. Proto Belt goes forward, the Time Winder slices straight through Tank, but he's able to get back underneath the tower. Hanabi didn't have his TP to rejoin this fight. PSG have been forced back in the top lane.
So what does this mean? Well, JDG do have to commit a TP, but now Unified is stuck on the top side of the map with 30 seconds until the Drake. So at this position, there's no way that PSG can look to contest because they've lost the mid priority. This is going to be easy for JDG. JDG don't care. They're going for the fight.
You can't do that to a Bard. He's just around here collecting his meats and getting some chimes, and here comes the Starfall. Lumao's going to dive the turret in the top lane, and he still has the Aegis Assault. Unified down. Lumao gets the second.
Wow. JDG like, yeah, we don't care about the Dragon right now. We're just playing for kills. We got to pad that KDA out. They're able to get 2 in the top side of the map. They shut down Unified and Kaiwing. And they continue to accelerate their gold lead.
I mean, Kaiwing in that situation is just a very, very sad Bard. You can see JDG, 1,440 gold picked off the turrets through that plating. PSG with a big fat null point, 0 gold from it, and because of that, JDG are now 5,500 gold ahead.
This is just a great example of how to use your priority in lane to just move around the map. And Kaiwing, he's just walking into the bush thinking he's safe. There's a level 10 set sitting there waiting for you. Zoom's like, yeah, I know that I can just tank this tower. You know what, Lumao, I'll give this one to you. You've had a great vision game. I'll give you a couple kills to
Yeah.
help pad out that KDA. He's able to 1v1 Unified. And now they're able to set up for the Drake as well. PSG just cannot move on the map without JDG active.
And you get into this really awful situation where PSG have a comp that fights well in team fights, but you look at the threat that comes out from JDG. You've got Zoom to disengage Navi if he ever goes in. You've got Yagao diving onto your backline. You've got Lumao diving onto your backline. You've got Kanavi diving onto your backline. And if you ever get through them, you still have Loken sitting on a Blade of the Ruin King with a 20 CS lead, who's just going to be rattling out the Rangers' focus.
The thing is, you can't even say for sure that PSG even outscales in this situation, because who's going to stop Yagao in a side lane? Like, who's going to be able to deal with Zoom later on into the game? Like, Kanavi's only going to get stronger as the game goes on as well, and then of course you've got the classic Ashe with the late game carry. Like, PSG, they need to try and get some plays falling apart. JDG, they're not slowing down, they're looking for another play.
Caught up in the parallel convergence, spots the stopwatch, but only some time for a second. Tempered Fate get the double go golden. Call of the Portugal's going to come through as well, but Kaiwing is already done for. Jumping power goes wide, and now they dive onto Tank. Kanavi steals away his ult. Says anything you can do, I can do slightly worse right now, as Tank doesn't quite go down.
Yeah, the damage from the 3 orbs not quite enough, but Lumao continuing the chase, looking for the spear, just barely misses it. Means the Tank is going to be able to walk away with his life, but PSG continue to lose more on the map. That's another 2 kills going in the favor of JDG. They've extended their goal lead to what? Is that 7.5, 8k now in their favor, 16.5 minutes in. This will be dominant performance like any expected from JDG, and they bounce back after the game ends.
And it definitely looks like looking at the rest of the group as well. In this match replay, we see Kanavi craving onto Kaiwing. Kaiwing does everything he can.
It's just a matter of stalling here, Medic. He's trying to buy time, waiting for his team to join the fray, but they cannot get there fast enough. Yagao with the 1v1, level 8 to level 11. It's just not fair. Yagao on the Echo. JDG just looking dominant here in this game.
And although JDG are known as the more team fight team from the LPL, they are still bloodthirsty. They still get a huge amount of kills per minute, and actually are very good at getting kills without giving up kills. So the combined kills of both teams in their games is quite low, 7th in the league. But their kills a minute is actually 2nd. They almost get half a kill every minute. They just don't give up that many deaths. You see that in this game as well. They're going 7-1 up, 8,000 gold, these 2 dragons coming. And now with control of
and it's one of the things that you always have to be cautious of playing against the top LPL teams, because regardless of their play style, you have to know that they're going to be willing to skirmish regardless of the situation. That's not to say that they will recklessly skirmish. Sometimes they will, for sure.
I want to play G2 early.
Yeah, for sure. But a team like JDG, they're a little bit more calculated in their approach. And again, if you look back to that Dragon play earlier when they were in a numbers advantage, have to hold that down on 1v3.
It's going to dive onto River. The Magical Journey took everyone away from him, and now River has to flash, get to the Magical Journey, but the Chronos isn't enough. Yagao and Kanavi opening up. Call of the Portugal was used, I believe. No, it wasn't. That was the Grand Star 4. And Lumao joined the fight.
And this is the calculated skirmishing we were talking about. Look at how patient Yagao was. 1v3, he does not mind, and now they're going for the dive.
Oh, Unified, like he was doing everything he should do in that situation. He was backing away from the tower. He was saying, yeah, you guys can have it. And now the Tempered Fate comes out as Hanabi tries to join the fray, but so far we have yet to see a JDG player die. And there's the 3rd from PSG. There's the 4th. Make it 5. JDG with a clean ace in the bottom lane.
Wow. And the only reason why is because River just respawned. JDG are absolutely dismantling PSG. 20 minutes in, they're looking to break into the PSG have no answer.
JDG are 11,000 goals ahead at the 19-minute mark. This is a demolition to say the least.
First.
And the Alliance question whether they should be still tournament favorites.
Medic, it was you that said yesterday. At 20 minutes, was it at 20 minutes, the largest goal lead?
21 minutes, down one had a 10k lead over JDG.
JDG go and answer that by going at 19 minutes. We're going to get ourselves a 10k lead. And as you rightly said, they're proving why they should still be considered strong contenders for the tournament. Let's have a look back at this dive. Honestly, there's not a huge amount to break down outside of Unified dive. Then the rest of the team dies. The team comes through it. Why this play was waiting to driving to take off the economy. So much.
They do everything on the support and on Kanavi, and they just can't do it. And then, Zoom's tanking up the tower, JDG are tanking up the tower, they've got what they do in the bottom lane, and now the band's on the cards for them if they want. So Unified really didn't have it. Now Lunau's going to push forward.
打少少 turn。
They're still trying to get their vision points. They're still trying to find their picks. It's just so difficult to do when it takes 3 of your players to kill 1 on the opposite team.
And I think you made a great point earlier, Medic, in that you need Hanabi to be that face-checking tool, because if he's not there, if that front line isn't there for you, if you face-check into any of these members from JDG, you're just going to get executed on the spot. So PSG kind of rely on Hanabi, which means they're forced to send Tank off into a side lane, which means the Tank is standing there next to Yagao, who's 206, has 3 completed items, one of which is a Mejai Soul Stealer, and you're like, well, this is just very unfortunate, and PSG in a very difficult situation right now. Of course, they will harder for them when you're 0-2 down.
Ah, shit! Yeah, man.
So they're not going to find it this time. There's no minion wave, but they're not going to be able to pressure this turret for much longer as PSG able to walk through the walls.
你開大！啊！啱啱係我係熱。
On the doors of PSG's Nexus towers.
太
Answer them for the time being, but the gold lead continues to extend as JDG deny
空撚樣。
to find a fellow pal in the jungle. He hasn't had a single one of his
啱啱拉布斯追
and now JDG
追個矮希嘛，佢追個雷夫做乜嘢？
Yagao down there because he has the teleport to join the fight. And we will start up this Baron. This might be the only opportunity for PSG to get back in this game.
And you can see that Kaiwing is on his way. He does have the Bard ultimate to try and stall this objective out. Gonna have Zoom tank things up. Let's see what Yagao does. He has the TP. The Bard ulti comes through.
TP flanks, second TP coming out. Zoom now trying to jump onto the Harvey. Call of the Forge God wasn't used back in response, but here comes the curtain call. Yagao has a good flank position off the with the isolated from the team. Curtains are open. Loken the target. Kanavi was able just to escape from the side. There's the ammo coming back in, and Yagao dives forward. And here comes the showstopper. Zoom into the back line. 1 down, 2 down, make it 3, make it 4, and make it 5 as JDG just sweeps away PSG. Tank almost escapes, but Yagao's having none of that. Chases him down. The ace comes out for JDG. They didn't even need the Baron.
Wow, so initially that fight did not look great for JDG. Kanavi getting chunked out, Lumao dying almost immediately, but the goal is just too big. They're looking to get themselves a 23-minute victory, and JDG back on form.
JDG slapping PSG around with their wallets. They will claim their first win of Worlds.
And what a dominant performance from JDG as well. Zero hesitation, constant aggression, relentless pressure. This was a fast-paced, incredible JDG to watch, and just Lumao on that Pantheon was just everywhere on the map. And wow, what an impressive team. This was the JDG that
the best playmaking force in the LPL because of his ability to get around the map and Loken's ability as well to not lose out. So it's very easy for Loken to open, or at least to miss some CS, to fall behind. That bot lane from JDG was really showing up on the day.
Fun to watch, only sets up more hype for the JDG versus Rogue. Of course, both JDG and Rogue struggled against Damwon, and now we'll get to see who can compete with that second place spot. Of course, you look at how both teams play, and there was definitely a lot more aggression.
都估錯晒台灣隊。
It's going to be an exciting one, that's for sure. It's going to be a fast game.
3場台灣，3場都錯撚晒。
But of course, dominant right now, and it's going to be an uphill battle.
Avidius and PSG, of course, have had their ups and downs throughout the course of the so far with planes like Uniboy and Kongwei.
Feels like like that they just don't get to play, my friend. It feels like that there's a bit of a draft difference, and then the relentless aggression that just comes out from both Rogue and GDG have been so oppressive.
Now, we are going to have another look at one of the plays from that game. It's our favourite player, Vedius Lumao, the Oppo player of the game, with some incredible Pantheon performances. We'll have a look at this dive in the bottom right.
So this is really where everything started for GDG. Setting up this dive, getting these early kills on the bot side of the map, opened up Lumao to start roaming around. He helps work with Yagao, knows the tank has no flash, sets up the chain TC, tank doesn't get to move, and it's just this constant repetition of moving around the map, when he plays it again. As we mentioned, it doesn't matter who he's playing with, he will look to make these plays. Bot lane, mid lane, jungle, top lane, he's just all across the board.
And what I love about it as well is JDG drafted around having the drafted around having someone who, if they are able to get a point-and-click stun on your opponents, you can follow up with someone's in one place. It's so much easier for that JDG comp just to lock onto them.
And I love what we saw from JDG as well. Constantly keeping that the early set and the early Silas. You never really knew where it could go. And if they keep that flexibility, I think that it's going to be even harder to do.
To be sure, after the break, we'll look ahead towards game 5. LCK's Genji.
Genji.
Hey Mercedes. Legends run wild. Each one unique. With astonishing power. Unstoppable.
玩下部小立幫你嘅喎，其實。
Ready to compete.
CLA Pro-Pay.
We breeders. We have each other's back. Together, we become legends. Icons of a new generation.
Enemy killing.
以為自己開咗字語添。
即刻轉翻晒 PSG 啲預測。
已經冇投到俾 PSG， 由喺第一隊開始已經覺得嗰兩個項唔撚嘅。 哇！哇！張告仲快過啱啱嗰張告。
Low。
I have
Enemy rampage. Ally has been slain. Godlike.
Welcome back, everyone, to the State Farm Finals Zone, where we've got TSM from the LCS looking to take down LCK G. That means a return to Group C, which many found the most interesting after day one. So let's see if it's just as crazy today. Before we get into the game, though, we want to put the spotlight on Ruler, because yesterday he dethroned Humanoid and is now the new MasterCard Minion Champion. This is something we'll be tracking throughout the World Championship, and is simply put, if you have the highest TS score at the end of the game, we're number one in this race. Rulers at number one. Mission actually, I think that's just from today. Book that up. And Bruce.
They tie 418.
That's great. No, that's 416. You need glasses.
I can't read the screen from over there.
Not wearing your glasses.
Ruler was on farm duty all day yesterday, along, trying to scale up into that late.
It's a good indicator of kind of what the games look like. Took it over from Humanoid. But with that, I would like to parlay that into the bot lane matchup in this game, which is Ruler versus Doublelift. They met for the last time in 2016 Pop Quiz. When was it? What was it?
Ruler 對大師兄。
Yeah, it was 2016 World Championship 1-on-1. They went straight against something, but this is of course many years later. Doublelift on a couple of teams since then. Flushing went back, and Ruler picked up a World Championship. So
梗係對大師兄。
哇！屌你肥到用撚樣！
But playing AD carry against Evelyn, you can't do anything.
Also, rough, my experience streaming against
Wow.
I mean, yeah, really good. Of course, he actually has the brunt of damage together with BDB. So how do we think this is specifically going to play out if we think of Ruler and Life and then Doublelift and Biofast?
I think the key thing that Genji have got going on for themselves is in terms of laning, they are not play any type of style, later set, they can play the Gragas, they can play the Pantheon, I'm sure they have a lot of champion pools. However, yesterday,
睇 Ruler 啦。
屈撚突屈！
I hope Biofast can bring something today, maybe surprise.
I'm sure he can, right? With level 1, that started going really down. He lost to flat. Questionable decision to go in there, and then obviously ended up getting punished outside of that. So I think you erase that, and he's gonna have
going up against Bjergsen, who, is one of the big stars still of TSM, is more versatile than he used to be, and comes in as a new look Bjergsen. How is he going to fare versus BDB?
Well, if we look at Bjergsen again, he came in after getting PSG advantage of level 1, and he was able to find one roam top lane at level 7, but he wasn't able to do that. I think Bjergsen, he's winning out
For sure, I think the story of both of these mid lanes based over that one game sacrifice, we have higher expectations than the rest of the tournament. I think BDD had some jittery moments where it kind of flashed on the spot in the 1-1 on both sides.
Ah!
Identifying that the bot lane strength. Of course, we know that Ruler has been dealing with some ear issues, and maybe that could affect yesterday, but we're expecting this bot lane to be super, super strong, as well as...
Well, I think if we were looking at like the overall team yesterday,
夠石啊個對方，輸暗線。
And if they were can reclaim some of that and play on their own terms going forward.
I think TSM have found a lot of success when they play in the entire time. It's a very strong player, but his team like playing the bottom side, so it's kind of a mismatch here. TSM can get a lead to the top side. Maybe we can see some damage happening, but it needs to happen through Bjergsen to the 27.
I'm gathering it's a pretty tough matchup for TSM.
What
after yesterday, so we'll see who comes out on top as Genji and TSM face off after the break.
We're used to this by now. BDD and Ruler, full build on him, was able to keep this one with
I heard he's been stopping every 80k scrims. It'll be really fun to watch him.
Forward precision protocol, Hextech ultimatum on the last curious.
Yeah, crazy to go ahead.
With the outplay.
Oh, that sucks.
走。
Ally has been slain.
P 冷線。
Miss? Not by a long shot.
An ally has been slain.
I have the chance. Hot on the trail. Right. Let's invest. Want to see a hat trick?
It's going to be a bang. hoping that without having to play against the Neverland today, we get to see something a little bit more aggressive from TSM, because we know that they're capable of more, and we'll have to see what they're able to bring. Meanwhile, for Gen G, it was a very long, drawn-out, back-and-forth game. I think that we saw underperformances from both Ruler and BDD, especially when you compare them to the expectations that these players had coming into the tournament, and when they went up against LGD, who did struggle in the playing stage. I think many of us expected Gen G to just kind of wipe them off the map, but that was not the case. Now, of course, we do hope that Ruler is feeling happy and healthy, because we do know that he does have that ear infection, but we'll have to see what they're able to do today, because it's definitely going to be an interesting one. The drafts, I'm sure, are going to be interesting as well. Twisted Fate, I think, is going to be a very high priority pick, and I would imagine that's either going to be taken off the board or is going to be immediately locked in. Nidalee as well. We've already seen her huge priority throughout the tournament, and I imagine that that is going to remain the same in this matchup as well.
Gen G once again on the blue side. Blue side and red side, actually about 50-50 win rate right now. We had a little while where it was very red side favored, and in Plains it was entirely blue side favored, but at the moment, over 10 games, we've seen both sides win 5 times. Gen G going to get rid of the Caitlyn to kick us off. Kalista removed from Ruler. Ruler's Ashe is also a very strong pick for Gen G, so wouldn't be surprised if we see TSM remove that or try and take it away themselves.
Same for Doublelift though, it was his most played during the playoffs. He's been playing a lot of Ashe and Senna and is very comfortable on the champions. Lucian going to be taken off the board from TSM, going to deny that from BDD. There's the Twisted Fate that we were talking about, clearly not going to be the first pick for Gen G. We still have a lot of power picks open though, things like the Ornn, like the Nidalee still up to grabs.
Exactly, Betty. It's 100% pick ban on Ornn and Nidalee so far in the tournament. And if you take away the Ornn, the expectation is here, TSM take away the Nidalee, and then Gen G will get their pick of the second tier of power picks. However, TSM still taking just a little bit of time to work out all of their options, because you really don't want to give Clid a Nidalee. Instead, the Azir is going to get taken away from BDD.
Of course, BDD quite well known for his Azir, but surprisingly they would choose to take that off the board does suggest that they're willing to play into the Nidalee that you would imagine is going to be locked in for Clid. I think that he did have a solid performance on his Gragas yesterday. Let's see, what is the lock-in here for Gen G?
You look at Clid's champions, Lee Sin, Volibear are up there above the Nidalee, and so perhaps you're saying, well, Clid isn't going to select Nidalee, but it's still his third most played across the course of summer, so it's a little surprising to see it left open here by Gen G. Instead, they'll get the set for themselves. Of course, Life on the set yesterday had an incredible performance, and he is very well known for that pick.
He is. Of course, they do have the flexibility with the set as well. We already saw it from JDG in the last game, where it was flexed across multiple roles, and we'll see what Gen G choose to do with it. For now, it is going to be the Renekton-Nidalee combo. Very feared over in the LPL and has been making its way into the World's Group Stage. Usually, teams will try to deny some of those picks, though. They will either take away the Nidalee or they'll take away the Renekton to stop that from happening, but TSM going to get that very deadly combo. Already suggests that they're heavily going to look to play through the top side of the map, but Gen G clearly prepared. They immediately locked in the Lilia. They also had the Volibear to answer into the Renekton, a matchup that we've been seeing a hell of a lot, not only throughout the group stages, but also throughout the world. So a mixed damage profile, and of course, this set can still go into the mid lane, can still go into the support. You already mentioned that it is a big pick for Life, but Gen G still have that flexibility depending on how TSM choose to round out their draft.
I love giving CoreJJ his Rakan, get that in, Biofrost his Rakan. I don't know why I said CoreJJ. I love getting Biofrost his Rakan, get that in early, get him something that he can get onto the back line with and have a little bit more team fight pressure. The Alistar yesterday was kind of intended to do that, but he really wasn't able to be the meatball in team fight that you were expecting, so instead here it's more about him dashing in and out of the fight.
Yeah, I think that it is also a very big counter pick for Biofrost, and I think that after yesterday's game, after the rough early level ones, I think that TSM's game plan here is to give him a little bit more comfort. So Biofrost going to be locking that one in. Meanwhile, TSM continuing to pinch the mid lane pool. Going to take away the Zoe as well, away from BDD. Just looking to try and get Bjergsen the best possible matchup. Of course, he will get that counter pick later on to the game, so they can hold on for now. They're likely going to lock in their AD carry next. And oh, the Ashe actually taken off the board. I was kind of expecting an Ashe to come through from Doublelift, but it looks like that they want to deny that away from Ruler.
Well, they're going to get rid of that. I wonder if that means Double Lift will go towards something like the Senna. It doesn't team up too well with the Rakan.
Not
but
a fan.
It's just one of the picks that he played quite a lot over the course of playoffs. The Twitch removed, of course. We saw Team Liquid start to bring that out in the play-in stage, the Twitch Rakan combo. And with the Syndra taken away, there's still Zilean available for TSM if they want it. Like, Bjergsen Zilean is such a strong pick for him. I'd be surprised if they decide not to pick him.
We're going to have to wait and see. I think that Zilean doesn't make a huge amount of sense in the context of the... Wow, Karma going to come through from Gen G as well. So this does suggest that is likely going to be the Ezreal Karma bot lane, but we do know that BDD does play the Karma in the mid, so there's still flexibility here for Gen G, keeping their options still open.
I'm wondering if it's set mid, volley into Renekton top, which is what we saw Rascal play
That's
yesterday.
what I expect. And then the Ezreal Karma bot lane is very much what I expect. I think it gives you a lot of pushing power as well. Okay.
I mean, it's Bjergsen Zilean. I understand it's not perfect in the composition, but it's Bjergsen Zilean. Like, this guy is just so well known for this champ. He has an incredible record on it historically. I would have been very shocked if they didn't pick it up.
I think I just need to think about this comp a little bit more, because it seems like it's trying to do a lot of different things for TSM. But we can explore it a little bit more once we actually get into the game. I think that the Gen G comp is a lot more straightforward. They have a clear front line in the form of BDD and Rascal, very good at diving onto the back line. Both of their ultimates are literal jumps, right? So they act as like, they get in your face, they get very obnoxious. Meanwhile, you have the Karma to provide that additional bit of movement speed to help them close that gap. And then you have this long-range damage from the Ezreal, who can just be very self-sufficient, while Lily is dishing out all this AP damage alongside the tanks as well. So I feel like they have a pretty straightforward front-to-back comp. They can play team fights extremely well. I think they scale relatively well as well. And I think that they don't have to really force anything too hard in the early game. I don't expect a huge amount of aggression. I think that we should expect to see strong pushing bot side of the map from Gen G. We get to see Ruler on his Ezreal, so I'm definitely looking forward to that. And I need a little bit more time to think about this TSM comp, because again, I think it kind of does a lot of different things, and clearly there's a lot of comfort here. We see like Senna for Double Lift, definitely one of his most played AD carries. We see the Rakan for Biofrost, definitely a comfort for him as well. And you also see the Zilean for Bjergsen. So like, in terms of comfort picks, champions they're familiar with, TSM have definitely got a draft that they know how to execute on.
23-7 in the LCS is Bjergsen's Zilean. He is synonymous with the champion. I like some of the stuff it does in this composition. Gives the Rakan more ability to engage, protects someone, of course, with that incredible ultimate. And so we'll see if TSM are able to utilize their comfort and translate it into a win. They lost yesterday against Fnatic. Gen G just kind of sneaked by LGD. It wasn't the most impressive showing, but now today they will be trying to show that they are fighting for the top spot in this group.
You know, thinking more about it, I actually think TSM really wanted the Twitch. And I think that Twitch ban was really huge from the side of Gen G.
Because that makes sense.
Because if they had the Twitch, then all of a sudden this makes a lot more sense in terms of the composition. Especially when you have like Nidalee plus Zilean as well. So I guess they kind of defaulted back to the center after it was taken off the board. Of course, this is just speculation on my part. I cannot say for sure. But we have seen Twitch and Rakan rising in popularity, especially from teams like Team Liquid during the play-in stage. So yeah, that's my biggest concern right now for TSM's composition. It feels like that you have a Zilean that, while like he just doesn't have damage later on into the game, right? And Nidalee, I think that her ability to team fight later on into the game is going to get harder as well. And Renekton, his value is going to fall off. Of course, against dive champions, I think that Renekton actually has a lot of value. But when it's against a set plus a Volibear, that's a lot that's coming into you that I don't think Renekton is going to have as much success with. So I'm just ultimately concerned about TSM's damage later on into the game. Like, where is it going to come from? Of course, Senna can be that when you get to a certain point in the game, but that's where my concerns come from. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they can find huge advantages up towards the top side of the map. This Nidalee Renekton combo is, of course, very terrifying. But already, level 1, Gen G looking for an invade.
Pushing in, going to get bombed by Bjergsen, but no level 2, no rewind for Bjergsen. Means that their double bomb stun cannot connect, and Cliff just runs straight through it. He's actually going to channel his recall here, and it looks like they've just gone in to see if they can gain some vision, and then decided against going for anything more.
They will drop a ward on the blue buff, get some information on where Spica is starting. I think that Gen G expect Spica to path towards top side of the map, because again, this Nidalee Renekton combo, very devastating, setting for dives, looking for early ganks. Like, you kind of land that W from the Renekton, the spear comes through, like there's so much damage and power that can come off the back of it as well, and typically Renekton can generate so much pressure in the top lane as well. You can then move down into the top side enemy jungle and work with the Nidalee to try and invade, steal away some of those camps, and look to play as aggressive as possible. Of course, on your screen you can see the runes coming out from Bjergsen's Zilean, very famous, known worldwide, as you already mentioned. A very impressive win-loss record on it. And going for the Glacial Augment, providing that additional utility to make it that much easier to land those double bombs to set up his team for good luck.
And that is something that TSM have in spades. You've got the Glacial Augment coming out from Doublelift, you've got Bjergsen with it as well, you've got the speed up from Bjergsen and from Spica. It becomes a little bit more difficult for Gen G, if they are on the back foot after a fight, to disengage. However, Gen G's engage, as you've already said, Vedius, incredibly strong, and Rascal is currently showing Broken Blade just how strong the Volibear can be in the 1v1. He played this matchup yesterday and had a whale of a time versus Lungsheng.
So I personally think that Rascal is a pretty aggressive top lane player. Having watched him in the playoffs, he's someone that really likes to get in your face, and when he has a winning matchup, he will try to take advantage of it. In many ways, it actually reminds me of how Bwipo approaches the game. And yesterday, we saw a lot of crazy skirmishes between Broken Blade and Bwipo, both getting the edge in different situations, and I think we can expect to see the same thing from Rascal up against Broken Blade as well. He's not going to hesitate to go for that all-in, go for those trades, but so far in this laning phase, kind of things going as we expected. Rascal going to have that early push on the Volibear. Meanwhile, on the bot side of the map, Life and Ruler, when you're running with the double-ranged comp of the Karma and the Ezreal, there's going to be a lot of harassment, but here's Spica, level 3, looking for the gank.
Aggression can cost you as Spica comes up towards the top lane. Rascal trying to trade onto Broken Blade, but Broken Blade almost wins the 1v1, has to flash away. Spica now jumps forward and swipes away the bear. First blood TSM.
This is very much what we expected, though. A full topside clear from Spica into the level 3 gank, going to get the Renekton ahead. Of course, it does cost Broken Blade his flash, but the wave is in a really good spot for him, so he's going to be able to TP back in, and they can look for a return gank in the near future.
Rascal does still manage to hold on to his flash in the top lane there. So Broken Blade, no summoners as he TPs back to the lane, but does have a Doran's Blade and a pot to only the Doran's Ring from Rascal. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, we see Life and Ruler pushing in. Ruler actually running the Cull cut down combo, which is one we've seen a few AD carries do. Because you don't get the extra health from the Doran's Blade, you can run cut down and get that little bit more damage against your lane opponent.
The posturing very far forward in the lane. Bjergsen applying the bombs, being obnoxious with his Glacial Augment. BDD going to be forced back underneath his tower. But while all this was happening, Clid did steal away the blue buff. We did see that on our screens, just utilizing the fact that he has pressure in the bot side of the map, along with the mid lane. Zilean really doesn't generate a lot of lane pressure in the 1v1 into any matchups, and that's why we see BDD being so aggressive. And if you have a look at the CS discrepancy, there is a huge CS difference in the mid lane between BDD and Bjergsen. So BDD playing this matchup very well, knowing the limits of the champion and trying to take advantage of this Zilean in the early game.
And I want to come back to that blue buff steal, because something we did see yesterday in the Fnatic TSM game was Selfmade was actually really good at getting into Spica's jungle and trying to deny some buff from him. In fact, Fnatic in that game took 13 buffs to TSM's 8 buffs across the course of the game. So we should keep our eyes on Spica and keep our eyes on Clid to see how many camp Spica is losing, because that translates to an XP differential as the game goes on.
It's one of the things that you'll see at a lot of World Championship teams and how they utilize their pressure. And yesterday, I think TSM really struggled, not only because of the invisible pressure that Selfmade was generating, but how they would constantly move around the map and look to invade the enemy jungle, knowing that they had numbers advantage. And we're seeing it right here from Clid already in the early game. They have the push in bot, they have the push in mid. Spica recognizes that this part of the jungle doesn't belong to him anymore, and so he has to try and steal enemy camps on the enemy top side. So beautifully done from Clid to try and build this advantage up, and you can already see a huge CS discrepancy starting to build between the two junglers. And I just wanted to give props to Doublelift, because while top is falling behind in far, I think he's actually got a bit of a freeze up. So I think it's not too bad that he's behind, but mid is very far behind, jungle's very far behind. Even in a losing 2v2 matchup in lane, Doublelift actually coming out ahead in the CS department.
Should be able to pick up that tier, get towards the Manamune relatively soon. Ruler's gone back and got himself a tier alongside another Sapphire Crystal. So just stacking up all the mana that he can on the Ezreal early doors. Knows that he really doesn't have too much kill threat on the Senna and Rakan in the lane, so doesn't need to get that Manamune ASAP.
But you can see that from Gen G's perspective, they're looking at the tier for Ezreal, they've got the early mercs for BDD, and it's very much just a matter of taking their time. They don't have to rush anything. If they're just constantly getting these XP and farm advantages, then they're happy, right? And they're going to keep this thing, they're going to keep the game going in this state for as long as they can so they can ramp up and then look to play around these neutrals like the Drake as Gen G actually sending it for a dive in the top lane.
Broken Blade the target, no flash, no TP. Lilting Lullaby not available yet for Clid, still only level 5, and so Broken Blade with the Dominus should just be able to force them away. Clid looks towards the Krugs and is like, well, these aren't quite as good as a kill, but instead I could take them, as Rascal is going to actually keep this wave away from the turret. Now, Spica is on his way up, Vedius. This could be a little bit dangerous for Gen G. TSM trying to collapse. Bjergsen has the 6 and has the TP. Could get in with the chrono shift if the dive goes too wrong.
But look at the minimap right now, Medi. You can see that mid is still pushing in. BDD gets to roam up first, and while Bjergsen does have the TP, there's a huge health differential. Clid gets to steal away the Krugs. He's going to steal away the red buff, and it's kind of a similar pattern to what we saw yesterday, where it's just a matter of utilizing that early game pressure to steal away camps. And remember, the meta right now is very jungle focused. Teams that play and funnel resources into their junglers often find the most success. That's why a lot of players like Kasa, players like Kanavi, players like Canyon were all very hyped up coming into this tournament because of how teams are capable of playing through them. And we're seeing now here from Gen G how you can utilize that pressure in order to funnel even more resources. And the best way to do that is to deny the enemy jungler as many camps as possible. And like, look at that CS differential between the two junglers right now. Clid is already level 6, Spica is still level 5, and even though no kills are happening in the early game, Spica is really feeling this disadvantage. And the thing is, it's not even his fault.
Yeah.
There's nothing he can do about it. He doesn't have that pressure in the lanes. He has a Zillion in mid and a Renekton up top that's just getting bullied.
He's looking down towards the bottom lane right now. Spear doesn't land as Ruler flashes away from it. Spica trying to do what he can on the map. One of the youngest players at Worlds, the last embrace connects, and Ruler has been caught out here. Spica dives forward, his second kill of the game. Life forced away, TSM finding picks where they can.
All right, I love this play from Doublelift, really stepping up here in the 2 versus 2, doing very well in the farm department, and is like, I'm going for this. Flashes in, lands the root, no Ruler doesn't have any escapes left, makes it even easy for Spica to get the follow-up, and TSM advance their kill advantage to 2-0.
Even though Spica has fallen behind in this early game, his Nidalee is still to be feared. 4-1 throughout the LCS, drew 15 bans on the champion, and he is 2 kills to the good this game so far. It's actually the first time since the Odd One we have seen a homegrown NA player as the jungler for TSM. Came up through their Academy League, and in his first Worlds appearance, first Worlds Groups appearance, he's doing a pretty strong job, but he's being caught out just a little bit here. Lilting Lullaby coming in, Biofrost looking for the charm, there's the Dawning Shadow as well, Showstopper gonna bring Spica back, but he's got the chrono shift on and he's gonna come straight back to life. And now Clid is caught out of position as Broken Blade closes in, the True Shot Barrage rattles through, Bjergsen goes low, but now BDD is the secondary target. Life coming in to help out, Rascal can dive bomb in the storm, bring up a Biofrost, dancing around Broken Blade as much as he can, the Facebreaker is gonna pull them back, Biofrost has to use the grand entrance to have a grand exit. The TSM were able to find 1 kill in the fight.
Ends up being a 1-for-1. What initially looked like a great opportunity for TSM actually only ends up evening out. And this was a situation where Gen G thought they had the prio in mid, had the prio on top, and this was a safe invade for them to do. They were not expecting Biofrost to already be here on the Rakan, so he comes in to help assist Spica. The Senna ultimate comes in as well, and then the Bjergsen ultimate too stops that execute from coming through. This forces Clid to disengage, and this is where Broken Blade sees his opportunity. Now Life does join the fray, locks up Broken Blade, and they think at this point we can keep going, but Bjergsen has no health, he has no mana. Spica's not in a position to continue the fight either, and Broken Blade quickly realizes, oh, I'm not in a 3 versus 4, I'm in a 1 versus 3, and is forced to disengage while loses life.
He disengaged all the way back to the fountain. It's the ultimate disengage. BDD is going to get his second turret plate in the mid lane. Gen G at 10 minutes with about 1,000 gold lead, but some strong showing a couple of times here from TSM. As we said, Spica 2-0-1. Biofrost as well, having a much better performance than we saw against Fnatic in the early game. He really struggled in that matchup, but here he's been able to be in the right place at the right time as Doublelift is the target. Clid coming in as well. Doublelift uses the Curse of the Black Isles just to get underneath his turret and will just about escape.
Well played there from Ruler, and he's going to get all this money from the tower plates as well. Doublelift forced to go back to base after not taking an optimal trade, and
It's a big loss.
Gonna continue to accelerate the gold lead, even though they're at a kill deficit, even though Speaker is getting these kills. Like, you just gotta look at the experience difference between the two. Like, Speaker level 7, Clid level 8, the number of plates that are going into the back pocket of Gen G. You can see that Volibear's been able to get one in the top lane. BDD, I think, is at 2 or even 3 in the mid lane. Ruler's got himself 3 to 4 in the bot lane. Like, Gen G are just playing the map very well right now, and they're utilizing their pressure so exceptionally well. And like, this is how you optimize Lilia. You use her strong clear speed and pressure in the lanes to allow her to invade and steal away camps.
Right now it is working out so well for Gen G. Rascal goes back to the top lane with a 20 CS lead over Broken Blade. Broken Blade, of course, picked up a kill, but Rascal has that hodgepodge of items that we often see on the Volibear. The Speaker comes up towards him. Rascal with the stun on Broken Blade will just be able to get underneath his tower. Speaker unable to dive in there.
So Speaker trying to make a play up towards the top side of the map. Really the only opportunity for him. Rascal still sticking around, though. I feel like that this is a very dangerous thing to do, but he does know that Clid is in the back. I don't know what word I was looking for there, but he's behind him. Clid is there. Peeking out the window like, I've got you, Rascal, I'm here, I'm looking.
Rascal also has the Stormbringer for that little burst of health as he uses the ultimate, so perhaps he was trying to bait TSM into a disadvantageous fight, but Speaker's actually stayed up here, and now the TP comes in from Bjergsen, and Rascal's going to have to try and run, gets down on all fours, and jogs his way away.
But, so the problem with this is now you concede so much in the mid lane. Like, that TP investment gets you absolutely nothing, and actually I feel like Gen G, yeah, here we go. I felt like they could have gone harder on this, and they're going for the dive.
12C doesn't quite connect. Biofrost trying to get away, has to use the flash to get away from the chains of a life. Another plate goes down, and now Rascal TP's down towards the bottom lane. Doublelift immediately sounds the alarms and retreats. This will be the first tower of the game in the bottom lane.
And this is the cross-map play from Gen G. They realize that TSM invests 3 members top, so what do? Trade TPs, invest members towards the bot side because they got that mid prio. They could push people into the mid lane, then move through TSM's bot side jungle and pressure onto that bot tier 1, securing themselves the first tower of the game. So Gen G right now just kind of playing the map and kind of punishing TSM for the moves that they're trying to make.
In terms of CS, we have an advantage for BDD in the mid lane. He's getting himself up. He's got a giant spell to Barmy Cinder and a no magic mantles. Often we see the Barmy Cinder into Deadman's Plate come out on set mid lane just for that gap closing ability of the extra movement speed. My expectation is that's where BDD will go, but with that little no magic mantle resting in his inventory as a possibility, he decides to get a little bit more magic resist to deal with Bjergsen.
So it's quite interesting when you look at the goal difference between Clid and Speaker, it's only about 200, 300, but when the enemy jungler is 2-0 up and you have a kill's worth of gold advantage, you can see how valuable this farm is and how much damage Clid has been able to do in terms of his counter jungle presence and constantly stealing these camps away from Speaker. They're going to look to do the same thing again here as they push in the mid lane. They're looking to gain control over the topside river so they can look to secure themselves potentially the next Rift Herald. Now Rascal has found Broken Blade.
BDD is on his way down and has the Ghost Pop it if he thinks Broken Blade overextends. There's the Dominus, a slice and dice is going in, and now Rascal running up the river to the help of BDD. The showstopper available here for BDD and Broken Blade. We have seen him outplay a 2v1 before, and the rest of his team is on the way to try and help out. The showstopper brings it back underneath the tower. The chrono shift just in time. Broken Blade survives. Rascal has to flash away, and that bomb is ticking on his head. Doesn't quite take him, but the Dawning Shadow from downtown. Doublelift gets his first of the game, and Speaker is looking for a little bit more as he lands the spear, looking for the pounce to dive in onto BDD, but will not go for it. Ruler, though, flashing in the top lane, jumping in, sorry, with the Arcane Shift to try and catch out Doublelift. Biofrost now dives back onto Life. Doublelift doesn't really want any more of this fight, knows he doesn't have the ult, and knows that Ruler and Life are just that little bit stronger right now.
Oh, really clutch stuff coming out from TSM to keep Broken Blade alive. In the 1v1 with the Blade of the Ruin King already completed, Rascal greatly overestimated his ability to win it, and he needed BDD's help, and I thought that when BDD ulted him back underneath the tower, that was it, but Flash comes in from Bjergsen just barely enough to get in range of the ultimate to keep him alive, and they're able to get themselves the bot tower. So they end up trading, but then with the Rift Herald on top of that, Gen G extend the advantage even further. So they're now 3 towers to 1. They still have a 2k gold lead, and while they're behind in kills, the gold is still heavily in the favor of Gen G.
2,200, 2,100 gold lead right now. We'll have another look at this Axe replay. The Stormbringer comes out, and as you say, I think Broken Blade's dead, but the Colder Meek into Flash from Bjergsen is just enough.
And I love the fact that TSM commits to the dive here as well. Good ultimate from Doublelift to get into a position where he can land that execute. And then Speaker's like, okay, I've got to zone him away. I don't want him defending this tower. And they're able to make that trade happen. So good stuff from TSM, able to answer back. Now the trade spawns in about 10 seconds. I don't think that TSM is strong enough to contest to this right now. I think that they're likely going to just concede it, especially with the Renekton on the top lane. But he does have the TP. But I think that the smarter play here is to just disengage, not go for it, and instead look to fight for the third Drake when you have a couple more items under your belt.
See if we can get towards that Black Cleaver for Doublelift. Looks like there's going to be two actually on the side of TSM, with Broken Blade having a Phage in his inventory. There's some armor stacking on the side of Gen G, so Black Cleavers can help out. And with the threat of dive from Gen G, I don't mind Doublelift saying I need that little bit extra health to try and survive the initial burst that comes out from the LCK representatives.
I think that the Black Cleaver can also just offer a lot of value in terms of the stats that it provides. As already said, the health, the bonus movement speed, the things that Phage give you, the cooldown reduction, extremely valuable as well. Of course, one of the big things I always look at this point in the game is the level differential. You can see that even though Bjergsen was put very far behind, level 12, of course, his passive gives him a lot of valuable experience because he can channel that into his teammates, help them get that level advantage, or sorry, that level up, and he also gets that XP as well. So even though he's been bullied very heavily, he is actually sitting ahead in terms of BDD, but Doublelift still a little bit behind. Senna
only just hit 20
I was going to say, only 20 souls at 17 and a half
I will
minutes.
clarify that, but that is very late.
Yeah, I think that was mainly just information in terms of the bonus stat.
We'll find out as Rascal gets caught in the bottom lane. We'll wait for production to get back to us, Vedius. Rascal trying to win this 2v1. It's going to be a 3v1 shortly as Broken Blade will join. Rascal, no flash, lands the stun on Biofrost, does have the Stormbringer. He's going to try and jump away to the safety of the tower. The Speaker will not dive the bear today.
So, looks like Rascal's able to escape the weak side police, but it means that Gen G is going to look to create pressure on towards the top side of the map. They're going to continue to steal away these jungle camps, threaten onto these towers. Doublelift is just going to be forced to play wave clear duty for the time being, and it's just more and more being denied away from the TSM jungle.
And you can see it's been sort of a steady 2.5 to 3,000 gold lead for Gen G over the little while. A couple of dips here and there, but they continue to keep it about that point. TSM have done a good job of not falling too much further behind, and I have just got clarification, Vedius. Doublelift now on 21 Absolution stacks, so only has the first upgrade from his passive. Does give you that little bit more range, but usually if you're thinking of like super scaling Senna, you want to get to about 80 or so to be in a really strong position.
Well, I mean, even 60 is fine, but I'm like, that is, maybe I don't play Senna enough, maybe I'm wrong, but that feels like quite a late 20 stacks.
Does to me as well as the quickness comes in. Light here to help out Rascal, and Speaker dives in. Rascal already dead. The tanking from TSM is sublime. Biofrost able to walk out. The Loathing Lullaby will not be used as Ruler dives forward. Oh, Speaker so low, just about able to survive.
So TSM get themselves another kill. They've been doing a good job of finding a lot of picks. And this time, Gen G isn't able to punish TSM for anything. They're just forced to catch this bot wave. And they will be able to close that gold gap just a little bit. Now only 1.3k. TSM still looking to scale up, ramp up in towards the later game.
So I've been thinking about it a little bit, Vedius. I play mostly support Senna, so my job is usually to harass and get fragments, right? However, into an Ezreal Karma lane,
well, I mean, yes,
I can see how it would be very difficult to get any stacks off.
Of course, but this also then brings more questions just around the purpose behind the Senna pick, right? Because he did also blind pick it. He had no information on what he was going up against. That's also why we saw the Ashe pick come through, the ban rather. Either way, I think Doublelift is still having a good game. You can see that CS discrepancy starting to fall even further behind, but that's because Ruler is getting so much more farm funneled into him. Now that we're reaching later into the game, Rascal's kind of like taking a back foot. You can see that he's actually 2 levels behind Broken Blade right now. But that's because all that gold and resources being funneled into Ruler instead and cleared as well.
But we do now have a minute and a half on the next Dragon Belly. It's already 2 picked up for Gen G. This would be sole point for Gen G if they get it. It's only a mountain, so it's not the most impactful. It's not an ocean, not a cloud, but sorry, not an infernal, but it does still give you a huge amount more tankiness. And when you're playing with things like a Set and a Volibear, the setup around this Mountain Dragon could be very impactful.
Yeah, it certainly is. And I think that both top laners have TP. I think that what Broken Blade could do here is push in this wave and already move down towards the bot side. interestingly, we see that I think that there's enough time for Spica to actually path up towards top side, get a little bit more information on what's going on in his jungle, but he needs to now start helping his team clear out some of these choke points. You can see that there's a control ward currently sitting on the blue buff, and this is going to be one of the obnoxious things that TSM have to get past. Because Gen G have constant push in the mid lane, in the bot lane, TSM is kind of forced to group and move through their half of the jungle as a team, as a unit. And then they need to clear this out with the sweeper that Spica does have, and then they can start moving into the enemy jungle. See, it's dangerous for Biofrost to walk by himself because there is a real risk of him getting caught off. But this time around, he's able to disengage, and still the river is still completely dark from the perspective of TSM.
Yeah, Biofrost tries to put a control ward in, but it's immediately going to get swept away. Broken Blade has moved himself into the mid lane. Does still have the TP if he needs to get to a fight with any urgency, but for the moment, Spica is the one being forced away. BDG going in with the showstopper. TP comes in, and look at the last embrace. Look at the Dawning Shadow. Look at the damage from TSM. Life been cleared. Immediately have to disengage as BDD now runs back to the rest of his team. There's a flank potential here for Rascal, but you're flanking all 5 members. All you're doing is catching yourself out. He has to run away. Gets down on all 4s and runs through the river. That was a great fight for TSM as BDD overstepped.
Now, what has been used? Well, a lot of ultimates are gone. Broken Blade ultimate's gone, BDD ultimate gone, but there's still Bjergsen ulti, and there's also still Klid's ulti. So both these teams are looking for a fight. Flash in from Broken Blade.
You can see Ruler immediately has to flash away. He knows if he is stunned up, he is caught up.
But TSM are kind of being danced around from 2 different sides right now. They're afraid of the Rascal collapse, but they're also getting poked out by Ruler. Meanwhile, Klid has gone back to base. He's now back in the fray, and if he lands his ultimate, here it comes.
He's got the Looting Lullaby, and Double Lift is the target. They dive in on him. Broken Blade has to dance himself away, but now Double Lift is caught up in the midst of Gen G, and he will get taken out. Gen G get 1. Rascal still chasing Biofrost away, and this will be the 3rd dragon of the game for Gen G.
What looked like a great initial team fight for TSM ends up falling apart because Gen G just buys so much time. You could see that TSM wanted to commit to that fight in the bot lane. They were like, let's go, 4 versus 5, chase, chase, chase. But then they see Rascal behind them and they're like, oh, and then they have to suddenly turn around, and then they're kind of being split from 2 different directions, and they couldn't commit to a plan, they couldn't commit to a fight, and then this ends up happening. Klid's able to rejoin the fight, he gets the ultimate off, and then Gen G is ready to recommit and re-engage.
It's also a major issue with the Chrono Shift, is if you're using it while the enemy team dives on top of you to protect one of your carries, if you then can't re-engage without that carry, they're just going to be stuck in the middle of all of Gen G as they come back to life. BDD here caught out just a little bit by Spica, but he's got an adaptive helm and a dead man's plate, and he doesn't give a flying hoot about any of this. Bjergsen coming in with the TP as well, does have the Chrono Shift back up. BDD's going to show stop at Biofrost back. Bjergsen almost taken out, has to use the Chrono Shift on himself. And once again, look at this, wherever TSM, they can't get there in time. Bjergsen dive bombed in with the Stormbringer, and BDD punches him to death. The Zillion's down, Biofrost, and next on the menu is the Mystic Shot finds its mark. Double Lift trying to dance around as much as he can, but it's a double for Ruler, and Gen G have broken this game wide open.
TSM tried to force a play onto the top side of the map. BDT was the target that they went for, and it did not come through. Speak is going to be executed on the hands of Klid in his ultimate, and Gen G will be able to lock down the Baron.
And Ruler flashes the Samsung Galaxy emote. Last time these 2 teams met was 2016 Worlds, where Samsung Galaxy and TSM went 1-1 in the group stage. Ruler, the only player left standing on this squad for Gen G who was there then. And once again, he is taking it to G2 with fights like this.
So we're seeing the second half of this fight, and you'll notice that Bjergsen's ultimate gets popped extremely early. It was TSM that tried to instigate the engage, but it was such a good ultimate from BDD as well to use it onto the Rakan to actually catch him off guard, and then what looked like an engage from TSM actually ends up being an engage from Gen G, which they can very quickly capitalize and punish.
And the gold graph has gone from a meandering mountain to a skyscraper as it dances all the way up to 6,200 gold lead here for Gen G. There's a dragon on the menu, a soul for them in 2.5 minutes time. And in this Red Bull Baron power play, they have a lot of different options. They are looking at the moment to split BDD down towards the bottom lane. Rascal goes up top, and it's kind of a traditional 1-3-1 here, Venix.
Yeah, I think that with the Baron buff, they can kind of just do whatever they want. I think that no one can really deal with BDD in the bot lane. Notice that he is, I think, the highest level in the game right now outside of Bjergsen. He is extremely tanky, and no one's really going to be able to kill him. Bjergsen can hold him, but while he generates pressure bots, they can just play through mid and top, and like this forces also a lot of the wave clear from TSM to disappear because he's forced to sit in the bot lane, and that then makes it easier for Gen G to actually set up these sieges, so they can now push in mid, move through the top side jungle, threaten the top tower, and slowly make their way closer and closer to TSM's base.
Bjergsen trying to clear out the wave here. BDD just punching the tower for all he's worth. Biofrost looking for an engage. Ward comes out. Ruler able to dodge just to the side of the spear. Swell Seed goes wide, but Ruler actually stepping forward here. Trinity Force and the Mura Man are already stacking up. He's got a QSS and he's on his way to a Death's Dance next, I would assume. Chips away at the tower. Essence Flux doing a lot of work, of course, to these objectives. You can see getting chunked out there. Rascal still in the top lane just by himself. BDD almost finished this tower, and Biofrost actually looking for a flank position here. This could be what TSM need. However, Klid, aware and awake to the danger, puts the sleep onto the Rakan. And watch out, Eep, Biofrost, as you have to dance across the wall to get yourself to safety. Meanwhile, the middle inhibitor tower goes down. Broken Blade on the menu for Ruler. He's on a killing screen now. 3-1-3 on this Ezreal. And the True Shot Barrage rattles across Biofrost. Flash forward, Mystic Shot. Doesn't quite connect, but that's an inhibitor down in the mid lane. And next up are these Nexus towers. TSM retreated to their base, and Gen G are just taking everything they can in a heartbeat. Bjergsen trying to clear out the wave. Here's the quickness from Biofrost, gets onto Ruler, but Ruler uses the QSS to get away, and Double Lift is dumped into the team. And now with the towers disabled, Ruler and co can just sweep them away. The Nexus the target, Speaker forced back to the fountain, and Ruler's playing with his food now. Biofrost chased away by the Ezreal. Bjergsen and Speaker back on the base, and Ruler are going to go 2-0 up in their group.
Gen G with a commanding performance from start to finish. They utilized the early pressure in their lanes extremely well, and while we did see TSM finding a number of picks, a number of kills, it never really translated into anything. Gen G moved around the map extremely cleanly. They constantly stole away enemy jungle camps, and again, it's just a great example of how to utilize that pressure from your lanes. A great example of how to play around this Lilia and how devastating she actually can be. Overall, great performance from the Gen G squad, and definitely a return to form, I would say, compared to what we saw after yesterday's game.
I agree with that. I think Gen G had a good showing on the day. There were some signs of life in TSM as well. I think Biofrost had a much better performance today than he did yesterday. His Rakan, there were some really good moments where he found engages. Speaker as well, even though he fell behind, was still finding those picks, was still on the front foot. And that is always a good thing to see. But going 2-0 down in this group makes it a very difficult road now for TSM. They still get LGD, who really challenged Gen G yesterday. And then, of course, they've still got the second round robin against Fnatic and Gen G as well.
Yeah, so from TSM's perspective, they kind of want Fnatic to lose to LGD, and then they want to beat LGD, and then you suddenly have a very interesting group where everyone is kind of, with Gen G kind of clearly at the top, and then everyone else kind of fighting for that second spot. But we'll have to wait and see, because of course our next game is going to be a big one.
Yeah, that is our final game of the day. It's just around the corner as Fnatic face off against the LPL's LGD. Before we go to the break though, let's listen into Fnatic's comms versus TSM in our Sounds of the Game, presented by Bose.
Okay, he has to flash insta after. He has to flash insta. I'm ulting him. I hit him, Camille, Camille is in there. Don't hurry. She's gonna flash insta, okay? I got her. Can we keep going? Flash. Pretty free, no? Go low, no Syndra, no flash, no. She has TP though. How do we do this? Me too. Send on the flash. I have ult. She's loud. Kill Syndra. Nice, guys! That's it. Nice, guys. Sorry, guys, I was really stressed this game. It's fine. We got it in the bank. Yeah, we just need to win. We don't care how.
feelings, but underneath them a million voices in your head that whisper, stop now. Another twist of the knife, turning the screws, it's all in your mind, and it's fighting you on yourself. Storm is coming, kid, what you gonna do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head and then you'll fly, fly, Phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. Go bury your demons, then tear down the ceiling. Phoenix fly. And now you're playing with matches, come out of the ashes underneath you. A million voices in the crowd, they're screaming, stop now. Well, let them swallow the pride, just turning the tide to true believers. Got them in the palm of your hand, you're playing God now. What you gonna do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head and then you'll fly, fly, Phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. Go bury your demons, then tear down the ceiling. Phoenix fly. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head and then you'll fly, fly.
Welcome back, everyone, to the State Farm Analyst Zone, where we just saw Gen G go 2-0 in Group C so far, and we're going to check out their Mercedes drive to victory, the fight before the 24-minute Baron up versus TSM. So let's take a look. Of course, you know, a hard one for TSM, and Barons, as always, seal the deal, but even more so now.
Yeah, I mean, Gen G had a bit of a farm gap going on in this game, especially in the jungle. Clips was able to get out to a big early game lead, and the Zilean ult, it revives you, but unless you can stand your ground, you really can't help on out there. So with this advantage, Gen G were able to make pretty quick work of them in this game.
Yamato, overall, what are your thoughts about how this game went?
Honestly, like, I thought the lane phase went well for TSM in the bottom side. I expected that Gen G would be able to do more damage with the Karma Ezreal, but then Ruler just reminded of us why this Ezreal pick gets banned so often against him. He's an absolute monster. 2 items, and then it felt like the game was just over, honestly.
It was weird, wasn't it? Because it was one of those where the gold lead was in Gen G's favor and TSM was scrappy and picking up a few kills here and there, but it almost seemed inevitable from the side of Gen G.
Yeah, I mean, I felt like with some of the early pressure coming out from that bottom lane, even though they weren't like smashing in the 2v2, pushing it in, it allowed Clid to very easily walk into the enemy jungle, take away a lot of camps when Spica went for that top gank. So while Spica was getting a lot of kills for his team, Clid just kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger on this Lily, and it was really hard to deal with it.
That means that in this group right now, Gen G is on 2-0 and TSM is on 0-2 because yesterday they fell to Fnatic, and that Fnatic is back on the docket now versus LGD. LGD also still winless rather in the group stage. Now, yesterday Fnatic, they kicked off their Worlds run with a nice game versus TSM, which came down to, if I had to summarize it, I guess, the power picks in the Evelynn and the Lucian, but also a good macro game.
Yeah, I thought that Fnatic, while the game it felt pretty close for a long time, their play specifically around rushing that Baron away from TSM without really realizing it. Later on, when TSM were focused on a big dragon coming up, Fnatic just ran straight down mid lane and were able to take the inhibitor. So understanding sort of the limits of how they could play the map was so huge for Fnatic, and it really looked like it caught TSM by surprise.
I think this is, something that we see kind of often watching the LEC. This is kind of the Fnatic specials, causing these chaos and dragging teams into the dark zone, because that is where they have all that experience. Felt like Hylissang and Selfmade definitely outshone, is that how you say it?
Yeah, I think so.
Outshone their counterparts in terms of controlling the map, and the Evelynn invisibility and Hylissang's ward placements were just magnificent.
Yeah, it was. He redeemed himself. He had that moment where he recalled and then canceled it for no reason at all twice and died, but we don't talk about that. It actually sometimes happens with Hilly.
He was looking for a flank, okay?
He was. Another thing you wanted to talk about specifically, Yamato, was the vision and the way vision also helped Fnatic set up a lot of these plays.
I think we saw many moments, simplified in a way where Selfmade was just catching out, of course, speaking in the jungle on his Nidalee that was buying armor in that case. And that was built on the fact that Hylissang placed many, many vision wards. And this was Fnatic in a different light, because the way we always framed Fnatic, it was like these players that do well in lane, and then in team fights, they sometimes do well, but all in all, they look disoriented and not together. But in this first match, we saw very, very good team play, because a support can't just go into the enemy jungle and ward. I know Hylissang tries sometimes, but in this game, I think they controlled the vision super, super well, and that allowed Selfmade to really...
Yeah, and I do want to see if the team game and the vision game can continue for Fnatic when they don't have a pick like the Evelynn in the jungle, because I do think just having the nature of that champion is going to make it a lot riskier. The enemy team is going to be a lot more cautious when they actually go and try to put down some vision of their own, and expecting to see a pick like an Evelynn get banned away again today, we'll likely see Selfmade shift onto something new.
True, and Fnatic will try and replicate that vision score as well as the play today versus LGD. LGD suffered a tough loss to Gen G. It was a very, very scrappy game overall, and I found it hard to take away kind of definitive statements about LGD, who definitely ramped up by the end of play-ins, but that was just a messy game.
Yeah, it just came down to a ton of team fights over and over again. It seems like we're going to get this a lot, at least in the group stage, where you've seen these types of games continue to play out this way. And one thing that I thought was really impressive was Longxing on his Renekton constantly trying to dive into the back line and take out Ruler, and it worked a couple times, but the later we got into that game, if Ruler ever had flash up, the team fight could never go their way, and I do think in that degree they got outscaled and were put at a disadvantage. Specifically
in this match, the man here on screen, Peanut, Yamato, you definitely wanted to zone in on his champion pool specifically.
I think we've had so many discussions about jungle in general. I think when it comes to Peanut, he's had success on these three champions, Graves, Nidalee, and Kindred. And Kindred is kind of strange because she doesn't fit in every scenario. What Gen G did so well was when Graves and Nidalee were out, they banned the Graves, forced the Nidalee ban from the red side, which is natural. Then they just picked Ashe, Gragas, and Lucian. Well, Lucian first and then Gragas, Ashe. And that just put a position that Kindred is not good in. You don't want to pick Kindred into three ranged champions that you're going to get kited against. And still, LGD went for that. And that is one of the problems of going through play-ins and showing so much of your hand from the get-go before the group starts.
Indeed, we'll see what it comes down to in these jungle matchups. As you said, they've been so incredibly important in all of these games. Let's talk about team versus team stylistic expectations for this one. LGD is a team that, if you go and look at kind of what we expect of LPL teams, they are not usually as scrappy in that early game, but they have ramped that up, and they are definitely willing to take your skirmish if you're going to bring it to them. So it can be a very hot and heavy game, I think we're going to see.
Yeah, I think you could see some mirrors there too, where Fnatic, I think a lot of the time they would like to play a little bit slower when they have these scaling junglers for Selfmade, but you know they're not going to necessarily play that way, and especially Hylissang moving around the map, it can be really big. So I think looking at Hylissang and Mark, if they're getting out of lane, if they're looking to roam, those two players are more pivotal to me if this is going to be a much bloodier game.
Final thoughts?
I think stylistically LGD should look to get some early game lead, because I think if it reaches to the point of 15-20 minutes, I think Fnatic will just be smarter and more decisive when it comes to the macro game.
All right, let's see what happens. Group C has been very competitive so far, and we'll see what happens when Fnatic and LGD face off in Game 6.
Longxing's diving forward into both ADs. He's got himself one. He's looking for another.
LGD destroyed Gen G right there.
The one player to look out for in our group is Selfmade.
Before the team is showing out, that's it. He's dead. fantastic from Selfmade.
Fast, time for moving in slow-mo. I'm a god, but I actually don't know. Homie, better put your pride aside. I'm a Benz, get more like a Volvo. Your best stuff looks like my words. Synapses, fire, and burst. Got the whole crew with me, about to do damage. You know we ain't average. I ain't gonna say this again, but it's in my time. Better look in my eyes. I'm a genius in the skies with my heart on my sleeve. You force to oblige to a king in his prime. Everybody got a line. Sit back with the stars in line. I finesse like my life on the 9 was a diamond in the rough, and now I shine.
No one could stop us, they'll try, but they won't. Nada nos puede parar. Oh no, we're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants. Sleeping giants. Yeah. Shutting it down. Been in the ground and my people all up in this place. Spinning this thing. Go to my ring. Royalty up in my veins. I'm no gold, think I'm so cold. I stay stunting. Ain't no going back. Now they ask where Kiki's at. I'm like, you can't hang with that. 쏟아져 빛이 멀게 된 눈이 멈추지 않아. Once we go, 내게 넣은 내 모든 뼈 빨리 달려. 넌 못 따라와. True damage we do it. True damage 보여줄게. 뭐든 쉽게. 이기든 지든 my crew make the beat. No one could stop us. They'll try, but they won't. Nada nos puede parar. Oh no, we're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. It's not the way we're weak, but we coming right back. This time you're gonna see how we do it like that. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants. Sleeping giants.
I keep on shattering time. I might just leave you behind. Homie, you stuck on rewind. You should quit sleeping on mine. You got your back on recline. When I damage your delicate spine, please don't act out, shy and surprise. They be like, what you mean? What is your winning scheme? I got a giant team. Biggest my self-esteem. Run it back, man. They think they go hard, I'm like, come again. You run at a time and I'm busting in. While you stumbling, I got this blade in my hand for your punishment.
We're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. It's not the way we're weak, but we coming right back. This time you're gonna see.
And welcome back to Worlds 2020, Day 2 Groups, the final game of the day. And I'm Medic, this is Vedius, and it's LGD versus Fnatic.
Yes, and I'm hoping that we don't see another draft Nirvana, because I feel like that it's just been a very one-sided draft from JDG, very one-sided draft from Gen.G, and I'm hoping that LGD and Fnatic can give us a slightly more interesting draft, because I feel like that what we've been seeing a lot of is how top teams in the world utilize pressure in their lanes to be able to just shut down enemy jungles. And even if you're able to find
不知不覺咧 Apple Watch 已經出到第5代啦，呢一款咧被視為 iPhone 最佳配件嘅智能手錶，我哋之前連埋 iPhone 11系列做過一個簡單嘅開箱介紹。如果大家有興趣嘅話咧，就記得睇翻啦。S5 嘅功能咧雖然好強，但係另一個吸引用家目光嘅就係行出價嘅 S10 系列啦。兩台手錶最平入手價相差1倍，究竟買邊款先好？定留底買翻已經接咗近嘅 S4 咧？咁今次我哋就講下呢3台嘅 Apple Watch 上手嘅評價啦。係啊，大家啦，如果你未 subscribe 我哋 Flash 嘅 channel 咧，就記得去訂閱，長期埋個鐘，咁就會得住我哋最新嘅科技資訊情報啦。喺比較之前咧，先睇下手錶嘅官方售價啦。Apple Watch S5 咧最平嘅 TPS 版本價錢係由3199蚊起，另外。
Taken away as well. It's a little bit surprising. Bwipo isn't the biggest Shen player in the world, but of course gives you some flexibility. You could see Hylissang taking that down into the support role, or we did see Jungle Shen a little bit over in NA as well.
I definitely think that was much more focused towards top side of the map. I know that I think Shen is a very European thing, at least towards the top side of the map. We've been playing it a lot. And I think that with the Renekton ban away, they're like, nope, we don't want to afford to give that away. Of course, the Ornn is going to be left up and available. Camille is up though, so I wouldn't be surprised to see them lock in that Camille to give Bwipo a favorable matchup. Of course, they don't have to lock it in now if they don't want to. Instead, they can prioritize other things. As you can see, Bwipo's happy, smiling face on your screen right now as he hovers over his, as he often does, the Kai'Sa in the Champions League.
I do think the Nidalee is an option here for Selfmade. It's the power pick of the tournament so far, has done such an incredible job, and instead it's going to be Graves for Selfmade, which is most played across the course of summer. Didn't have the best of performances on it though. I believe he was actually a 0% win rate in the LEC on the Graves. Which is obviously not the most indicative of what his Worlds performance could be like.
But I was going to say that one of the big question marks around Fnatic is how well do they play with the Nidalee, because it's not really something that they've showcased a lot of. They didn't play it once during the playoffs. It's not something that they usually go towards. And it does give that option over to Peanut. When you look at his champion pool, he does really like things like the Kindred. He also is a big fan of the Nidalee as well. Usually it's taken away from him, but he is instead going to stick to what he knows well. It is going to be the Kindred and the Echo coming in from Xie. So this is exciting. We're going to get to see another LPL Echo come out, and this time in the hands of Xie.
And it's in the same counter matchup. Echo into Syndra is a well-known matchup for the Echo. You can use the Chrono Break as soon as the Syndra uses Unleashed Power and kind of just negate her ultimate for your ultimate.
Yes, you certainly can. Now, the big brain play here from Fnatic is putting the Syndra bot lane and putting another matchup in mid. I find that very unlikely, but it is a possibility as Thresh will get locked in for Hylissang. It is one of his most played champions. It is something that he is exceptionally
你第5季都分別有不鏽鋼版本同埋售價更貴嘅 Watch Edition 同埋 Hermes 版本。咁今次咧，我哋淨係列出兩個嘅價錢俾大家睇下。至於 S4 咧，雖然已經被 Apple 下跌價，但係市面上仍然小盤口咁賣。想知道新代嘅 Apple Watch 嘅 update 價格咧，可以去下面 price 睇最新嘅報價狀況啦。外形方面咧 ，S4 同 S5 咧基本上係一模一樣，同樣用咗40mm、44mm 嘅尺寸，而 S3 嘅尺寸咧分別就係38mm 同埋42mm啦。睇翻啲3代大 size 嘅表面啦，就咁睇雖然唔係好各有明顯分別，但係咧 S4 同 S5 咧除咗螢幕大少少之外咧，底盤都用咗最新嘅光學心率感測器，令到標心咧相比起 S3 咧會比較貼身一啲，戴上手感覺無論冷手同埋輕身。中意大標面同輕巧用家咧，到時你先做咧，我相信你會揀 S4 同 S5。講起螢幕咧，第4、第5代嘅 Apple Watch 雖然係同樣配備咗低耗電量嘅 LTPO OLED Retina Display， 螢幕亮度同解像度都一樣，但係咧 Apple 就為 S5 帶嚟 Always On Display 功能。喺待機嘅狀態之下咧，手錶會自動將一個更新率最高嘅60Hz 降到去到1Hz，咁就唔會增加手錶耗電量，亦都唔使轉動手腕咧，你都可以睇到時間天氣呢啲資訊啦。但係咧，當你收到 message 好似 WhatsApp、Telegram 咁咧 ，Always On Display 咧就唔會顯示個內容，保障翻你嘅私隱。咁呢個改變咧，得自此可以方便咗，起碼你唔使轉手都可以睇到時間。至於 S3 咧就採用咗 OLED 嘅屏幕，顯示資訊尚算清晰，觸控反應都比較靈敏。對於舊錶嘅用家嚟講咧 ，S5 呢一個 Always On Display 嘅功能咧，可能就未會成為大家換錶嘅理由啦。反而咧，如果你經常行山同埋做運動嘅話咧 ，S5 內置嘅指南針功能可以睇到方位之外咧，都會提供高度、斜度、經緯度呢啲資訊，方便翻咧行山人士配合翻地圖嘅使用。而呢個功能咧都有助去幫你準確記錄翻你嘅運動數據。另外咧，指南針亦都可以配合手錶 app 去用。我就試過用地圖 app 去揾路，就算咧你個手機冇連接到咧，你都可以辨認到方向。想知道咧有咩 app 支援 Apple Watch S5 嘅指南針功能？大家可以喺預載最新嘅 WatchOS 6嘅手錶入面揾到手錶專用嘅 App Store， 再喺手錶 app 駁埋 WiFi 之後咧，你就可以獨立下載翻 app 啦。咁你就唔使再靠手機 update。提提大家，第1至到第5代嘅 Apple Watch 都可以用到 WatchOS 6。咁當然啦，部分功能好似指南針、量度噪音呢啲功能咧，就只有 S5 先至有啦。硬件規格部分咧，除咗頭先講過嘅屏幕同指南針之外咧，佢嘅處理器、電子心率感應亦都有少少分別，大家可以睇翻手錶規格表做翻參考啦。根據官方表示咧 ，Apple Watch 嘅 S5 嘅處理器比 S3 快2倍，毫無疑問 S5 嘅無論喺操作反應定係開 app 嘅速度咧，都比 S3 同4流暢。不過咧 Apple Watch 始終都唔係手機，你其實都唔會成日對住手錶做一啲操作，所以咧佢嘅反應快慢咧影響唔算太大。電量方面咧，3隻錶嘅使用時間都係得18分鐘，頂多咧用2嘅字差別啦。喺 S3、S4 同 S5 之間咧，反而咧我覺得應該要考慮翻個人嘅使用習慣，注重健康、經常運動同埋習慣用手錶作自己運動數據嘅人咧，相信咧就會揀 S4 同 S5 啦。咁呢兩款手錶嘅功能咧分別唔大，但係咧 S4 已經買少見少，如果兩隻錶咧只係差價喺1000蚊之內咧，我哋認為不如索性揀 S5 啦。咁起碼呢幾年咧都唔使換錶。我自己有時咧都會用手錶嘅 Apple Music 嚟聽歌，就算我 iPhone 係新咧都用到。如果咧連一定最新款又或者想試下用 Smart Watch 嘅話咧 ，S3 係一個唔錯嘅選擇。你哋又會揀邊隻手錶咧？快啲留言話俾我哋知，再訂閱我哋 Price YouTube Channel，同埋隔2個鐘咧，一有新片就會即刻通知你㗎啦。
Bot lane matchup as they lock in the Misfortune, but of course with the sport pool so pinched, perhaps they won't have as strong as a 2v2 as they would usually like.
One thing this does make me wonder about is something a little bit more surprising in the top lane, like a Jax, perhaps, who can get through those tanks and can be similar but scale up a bit better than a Camille would do in a side lane. So Nautilus is where Mark goes usually when he doesn't get the Leona. As you said earlier, the Bard was still an option, but the Nautilus gives you that little bit more engage. And now we'll see what Fnatic want to do in this top lane.
I think that LGD's comp is very well-rounded, and they're just going to actually go with the set. So, yeah, I have a couple question marks around Fnatic's draft, but we'll get to that in a second. For now, I want to focus in on LGD's comp because I think that it is very straightforward. You have a very solid front line. It's very easy to find engages with this comp. The one big thing that GA is going to have to look for is flanks. I think the Echo just running forward in a front-to-back team fight is not great. He wants to try and come in at an angle. He wants to use his dash to be able to dive onto the backline immediately, draw a bunch of pressure, and then use his ultimate to get out to safety, or potentially dish out a bunch of damage depending on how long the team fight actually is. Meanwhile, you have the double AD carries to help provide consistent DPS while the front line provides that protection. So LGD's comp pretty well rounded, pretty easy to execute, very straightforward. They also have a couple of winning lane matchups. Meanwhile, Fnatic's composition, I think it's going to be a little bit harder for them to actually play the laning phase. I do think that they have priority in the top lane, but Syndra into Echo we already know can be a very challenging matchup, and it makes me wonder if we'll see a level 2 gank play, similar to what we saw from River and Tank early on in the day. So, yeah, we'll have to wait and see. I think the laning phase could be a little bit more difficult for the side of Fnatic, and if they do just get constantly pressured, then Kindred may have all this opportunity to just constantly invade and do what we've seen so much throughout the day.
And that's what Kindred really needs to be able to do, because your marks after the first couple are appearing in the enemy jungle. You need to be able to get in, get away some of those camps, and get yourself to that 4-mark threshold. That's when you really become a champion. You get all that extra range, you get all that extra damage as well, and you really, as a Kindred, you want to get those marks as soon as possible, because otherwise you can fall behind. It can be a lot more difficult for you to have an influence on the fight. Peanut, of course, knows that. He is a legacy Kindred player. Played it 14 times in summer, only lost 2 of those, I believe. Actually, might have been 3. Might have lost 3 of them. I'm trying to do the percentage math in my head while I just look at the screen. It's quite difficult.
He's played a lot of Kindred. He's pretty good at Kindred. He often defaults to Kindred.
80% win rate. There we go.
He's very, very good, that's for sure. And we'll see how he does in this matchup against Fnatic. Of course, this is a very important game. But when we talk about the context of the group, remember that because TSM have now lost to both Fnatic and Gen G, they are in a position where they definitely need LGD to lose here, as they are the only other team currently sitting at 0 wins. Meanwhile, Fnatic, if Fnatic can get a big win here, then they tie up with Gen G, and then it adds a lot more weight into that matchup when those two will be going up against each other later on this week. So, yeah, a lot of stakes already. Group stage is very important. Every game can have a lot of weight. And I think that from the perspective of Fnatic fans, if Fnatic get this win, even if they lose to Gen G, they're like, doesn't matter, we have week 2 still ahead of us. Like, Fnatic have an incredible record in week 2. I think they've only ever lost 1 game in the history of their World Championship runs. In any case, we're still in week 1. LGD, they had a very close game yesterday versus Gen G, and we'll see what they can do. I think they have a pretty solid draft. I think it's very straightforward, and I think it's pretty easy to execute, so we'll see how things play out as Fnatic go for the level 1.
Peanut's going to get spotted out. Selfmade just forces him away. GA coming in from the mid lane as well will just be able to cover for his jungler. Peanut will have to base, but with 30 seconds or so before the buffs come back up, he should be able to get back towards whichever of those blue or red that he wants to start off.
So we can see a couple of early wards dropped across the board for LGD. They've got 1 ward on their blue buff, 1 ward on the entrance to red, and 1 ward in this bot brush just outside of bot lane. So LGD kind of have the whole map covered to garner information on what Fnatic is up to, and they're going to realize, hey, Fnatic bot lane is trying to cheese us right now. We are not going to fall for that trap. They're clearly not pulling for their jungler, who, by the way, is running Ignite, as we have seen from Canyon earlier on in the day, and other Graves, of course, throughout this.
Yeah, popularized in the LPL, I believe, originally, and now Selfmade has adopted it for his own. He'll start leashless on this blue buff, gives Hylissang and Rekkles the opportunity to get into this lane and put a little bit of pressure down on Mark and Kramer, who are stepping forward. And from yesterday, watching Mark up against Gen G, I can tell you at least one thing about this support. He is not scared of a fight, Vedius. When he sees his opportunity to go in, he definitely will.
Well, fortunately for him, Hylissang shares a common trait. Yep. So I imagine that both supports will be looking for plays, and notice that Rekkles and Hylissang will have that early push. Meanwhile, Peanut will be spotted on this ward as it gets cleared out almost immediately. So from red to blue into... so he waits a little bit, because he doesn't want to give any information away, and because that last bit of vision does actually see where they're moving, he kind of fakes these pathing up towards top, and it now puts this mental game pressure onto Whipper. He's like, oh, Kindred could be pathing up towards top side right now, gotta be careful, gonna have to invest the ward that I don't have. He's looking at him, walking into the river, just checking, seeing what's going on. and then going back to lane. He needs to get this shove out, and he also needs Selfmade to path up towards the top side of the map to help provide that additional cover, because the risk of the gank is very real. Of course, from their perspective, meanwhile, Peanut going to do his walls, start pathing back towards bot side.
And the question for Peanut really is, where does that first mark spawn? Is it going to be on bot side Scuttle Crab or top side Scuttle Crab? Because if it's top side, he's probably not going to be able to get it. Selfmade currently is on the top side of the map doing his Razor Beaks. Bwipo has the push in the top lane. That top side Scuttle is Selfmade's all days of the week. The bottom side Scuttle, though, is definitely an option for Peanut. So if that mark is down there, he can get himself on the board and start stacking up towards that all-important point of 4 marks.
Certainly will be the case. Notice that I think Rekkles and Hylissang actually...
Top side.
Oh, unlucky. Of course, the advantage is if he waits, I think the mark will actually spawn over onto the other one. So, but it looks like he's not going to do that. He's just going to secure that. Meanwhile, Selfmade looking for a dive in top lane. Longqing took a very bad trade, and now he's at risk of death. She does have the teleport, but the question is, will he use it? Oh, they're trying to TP away.
I mean, you take this every day
of the week. Yeah, you do. You definitely do. That is worth it for Bwipo for sure, because while he doesn't have a CS advantage, that is going to be a plate going into the back pocket of Bwipo. He can also look for a back right now if he wants to. Meanwhile, Longqing, he's going to lose so much farm. Medic, yes, he gets away with his life, but it's like the best case. Well, actually, I wonder if that was even the best case. Is it better to die and then TP back into lane so you don't lose the farm?
The risk of dying and TPing back is, what if you die again?
But it's highly unlikely because he's full health, right? So, and the wave will have died out and thinned out by then, which he could largely clear as well. So,
we can do some rough maths. One plate is 160 gold, one minion wave is, say, 100, 120, so that's about 280 gold acquired. And the experience is also in there. But in terms of flat gold, I would say the TP out is slightly better, but only by about 100 gold.
Yeah. Well, I guess Longqing, from his perspective, he's like, you know what? I always knew that this was going to be the weak side of the map. The worst thing I can do is die and funnel like a lot of gold into Bwipo, because he's probably going to get those plates if he dies anyway, right? Or at least one plate, which means that he's like, okay, fine. I'm an ultimate bot anyway, later on to the game. It's all going to work out later. My value comes then. Meanwhile, on the bot side of the map, that's what really you have to keep your eyes on, because Kramer and Mark doing a great job in the 2 versus 2 for now. Meanwhile, Rekkles and Hylissang staying relatively even, as we see a bit of bot lane trading. And I think Rekkles and Hylissang may even try to set up a bit of a freeze here. No, they're just going to keep the push going, all right.
Yeah, pushes it back in. Selfmade was actually pinged out because there's a ward on his blue buff. So you could see that LGD knew where this jungler was, didn't want to stay around the bot lane too long. Mark working his way towards the mid lane. Actually, once again going for these deep wards. And this is something that we are seeing supports do so much more and so well at the world stage, is going for these deeper wards, tracking the enemy jungler and really stopping that enemy jungler from being able to make too much of an impact on the map. You can see there's a control ward by the red buff of Fnatic. There's a control ward over by the wolves of Fnatic as well. And it just makes it so hard for this Graves to actually get anywhere on the map. And now Mark is down in the bottom lane, just ordering Hylissang. The double up's going to land as well. Hylissang's going to try and keep this wave outside of tower range, but it's going to be very hard to do with Mark and Kramer on the way.
Oh, I love this from LGD as well. Immediately garnering that information from the control ward that you were talking about, Medic, and being like, okay, we have the push in bot. Jhin has gone back to base. He's spending his money. We can very quickly, with the mid-pro that we have as well, scoop up the first Ocean Dragon. So, nicely done. Oh, and look at that!
Perfect time.
Everything coming together for LGD. Beautifully played, but meanwhile, top side of the map, Longqing recognizes I'm weak side. He has to be very careful of the Mafia Graves looking to get a kill, but she actually pathing up towards the top side as well. I like this. Using his prio to help cover and actually turn this potential dive around.
Bwipo going in with the showstopper. Longqing's going to get underneath the tower. Ignite is ticking down. Of course, Selfmade's taking that. Bwipo with the Haymaker tries to shield himself up and just about survives. GA still on the chase. Selfmade's going to try and keep him at bay. It was a well-executed tower dive from Fnatic.
Extremely well-executed. It does, of course, cost the flash from Bwipo, but they make it work, and this time around, they do get the kill. Bwipo still has his teleport, by the way. Longqing had to use it earlier. He's going to lose even more farm, even more experience, and like, I think that's one of the biggest things that we saw. They knew that dive was safe because Longqing was never going to hit 6 unless he was able to get all that farm that was stacking up. So they were able to make that play. Meanwhile, Fnatic's bot lane were able to push in. They do have a wave underneath the tower, which means that this will now look to bounce back. But also, Nemesis got a free reset here, as Peanut may be looking for a play.
It's coming down towards the bottom lane. Mark with the oracles. Peanut now spotted out. Hylissang does still have the flash, so does Rekkles. Hylissang decides not to flash early on. Deadly Flourish not going to connect onto Mark. Peanut puts some damage down. Hylissang trying to turn it around now, as Kramer just wanders his way back to the minion wave. No summoners burnt, a little bit of HP exchanged.
All right, Bwipo doing what he often likes to do. When he has a lead, he really likes to try and keep the pressure up as much as possible. You'll notice that he's got an entire level on Longqing right now, so this matchup is extremely difficult. Wouldn't be surprised to see that early Blade of the Ruined King come through for him. And this time around, I think like what we've been seeing a lot today, Medic, is like 3 losing lanes. Like I think we saw it from JDG, I think we saw it from Genji. Whereas this time, Fnatic kind of made a trade where they said, okay, we have a losing mid lane, we have a winning top side, but bot lane is actually very even. Based on their bans on the supports, they actually were able to get a reasonable bot side of the map. And what LGD haven't been able to do so far is use their mid prio to actually gain anything else off the back of it. Meanwhile, Fnatic are using their top prio to find a couple kills, actually put Longqing behind, and that's what's resulting in this early game gold lead. So the question is, how will this translate? Because Jie is going to become a big threat the longer the game goes on. Of course, Bwipo will be able to itemize some magic resistance so to make it easier. He can probably hold Jie. Will they ever kill each other? Probably not. But it will get to a point where he should probably be able to manage this Echo. And then Nemesis can start grouping up with his team and then offering that more team fight value. So I think the early game has definitely gone in the favor of Fnatic for the time being. And both junglers just continuing to scale and ramp up.
Mark has spawned on the bottom side Scuttle once again here. Selfmade goes in, is going to start up the Rift Herald. At the moment, Nemesis has the push in the mid lane.
And I want to note where the supports are right now, because again, if we have a quick look at the minimap, you'll notice that the Hylissang roam straight through from mid all the way down towards the objective. Meanwhile, the bot lane has to rotate up through the river. So Fnatic initially have numbers advantage, but LGD's bot lane is on its way.
Stun's going to land here onto Peanut. Nemesis does have the Unleashed power, doesn't have too much AP yet. Here's the Call of the Forge God. Selfmade secures the Rift Herald. Jie going in for Selfmade. Lantern gets him out. Jie dodging to the side of the collateral damage will keep himself alive, but Fnatic were able to get in, get the objective, and get out.
Wow, that was some finesse there from Fnatic, because they were playing on a knife's edge. But think about how much Fnatic just gained off the back of that. They got themselves the Rift Herald. They didn't die to any fights. They didn't lose a single member. Lo and behold, Rekkles still sitting in the bot lane, losing absolutely nothing. He got 2 waves of farm. Kramer will not actually lose anything off the back of it, but Rekkles also got a lot of solo experience too. So really advantageous for him. The fact that Fnatic didn't get punished there was a really great situation, because 4v5, that could have been a huge team fight swing for LGD.
Definitely could have been, and I will note that Kramer was able to pick up a couple of plates before that fight began. So as he wandered up, he did have a little bit of extra gold in his back pocket on his next back. Expect to see him upgrading that BF sword into something a little bit more mighty. Peanut got his 2nd stack off the Scuttle Crab, so he's halfway towards the 4-stack mark that we always talk about.
All right, so it's cool to see that the game hasn't been decided within the first 10 minutes, because we've had 2 kind of like very one-sided games. But now it looks like Fnatic and LGD kind of going toe-to-toe. Jie continuing to ramp up. Props to Nemesis in the 1 versus 1. I think that a lot of fans actually criticized him yesterday for his performance, but his early laning phase was very difficult, considering he lost his flash at level 1 versus Bjergsen, and he lost half a wave as well. But in a matchup that is not favored for him, he's actually now ahead in CS. A large part of that was because Jie has been roaming around trying to assist his team, and he hasn't been able to get anything for it, whereas Nemesis is focused on farming in this 1 versus 1 and is actually at a CS advantage. So props to him in this matchup.
I will say as well, I quite like the Ionian Boots of Lucidity buy on him. It gives you that little bit extra cooldown reduction early on to spam out spells as he dodges away from the dredge line. Has to flash the wall to get away. Perhaps a little bit greedy in his pathing there down the river, but his ability to counter push the Echo with those extra dark spheres because of the cooldown reduction has definitely helped him gain some of that CS advantage.
Yes, of course, as you mentioned, beautiful caster curse came in clutch right there as Nemesis forced the burn splash. As you rightly said, his path was a little bit awkward as Mark was already in the river before Hylissang was. Now, Fnatic have the right set on the top side of the map, going to drop the Rift Herald and just funnel those resources even further into Bwipo's back pocket, and they've just accepted, okay, that's fine. We're going to concede another early Drake. Fnatic doesn't have a problem with that for the time being. Rekkles and Hylissang are going to have to play a little bit more defensive because they recognize that they don't have any control over the bot side of the map. But it's just been a trade of sides of the map for both these teams. LGD have been investing in these early Drakes. Meanwhile, Fnatic have been investing a lot into Bwipo, getting this early tower up towards top side. Now we have to see that come into fruition because he's going to be very prevalent. I don't know if you've ever met a Fett set
A Fed set?
A Fed set.
I have been the Fed set.
Yes, but it is very difficult and obnoxious. You greatly underestimate how much he hurts, especially with the Blade of the Ruin King. And you just have to look at the gold right now on your screen. Selfmade has been farming up a Storm, actually significantly ahead of Peanut, largely because he's been benefiting off of some of those plates that he's been able to garner, and of course that one kill that he does have as well. So gold kind of where you expect it to be based on how Fnatic have drafted for themselves. And no major fights or no major swings either direction. Of course, Fnatic with the slight gold advantage. Doesn't really mean anything right now, because LGD's kind of power comes later on in the fights, right? I think that you can see when you look at some of the first items that have been completed, you're looking at these upcoming Drakes. LGD's like, well, we've already got 2. We want to play for these Drakes anyway. We want to 5v5 you. So when the next one spawns, Fnatic, if you're not prepared to fight us, well, good luck to you, because we're definitely going to look to 5v5.
Just going to force Bwipo away in that topside jungle. I will say, Vedius, with Bwipo with the Blade of the Ruin King, if there's anything I've learned from watching a copious amount of anime, it's if someone models himself only on punching, he's usually pretty strong. I look at people like Saitama, you know, all you need to do is punch to kill someone, you're usually pretty overpowered, and that is exactly what Set can be in this game, but needs to be able to...
I think he's freezing top lane as well. I think so.
Well, I'm sure we'll have a look at it at some point. For now, we are focused more on the fact that LGD are setting up Peanut down towards this bottom side. There's a Gromp with a stack available for him. It would be his 3rd mark of the game, but this control ward means that he cannot go any further.
Bluebuff also going to be doing Overshield. The Infernal map is actually going to be quite interesting as well. Something that Ender often talks about is how things like the mountain map can actually change a lot. Ooh, hang on, ultimate here. Nemesis, no flash.
No flash. Peanut's going to pop the Lamb's Respite, and there is the kill. Shut down onto Nemesis. Purely through CS, he had acquired a bounty. Peanut was very happy to take that.
Really good collapse there from LGD. They're able to catch Nemesis out of position, knowing that he does not have the flash. And that was just Long Jing being in a situation where he could move and help the rest of his team. So even though Bwipo is setting up a huge wave up towards the top side of the map, actually not going to get a huge amount off the back of it. So nice play there from LGD. Will get themselves their first kill of the game and then get themselves a little bit more gold into their back pockets.
It's one of those things where LGD are, as you say, slightly behind in gold, but the 2,000 gold right now really doesn't matter too much. Langjing has finished his Sunfire Cape now. Proto Belt is complete on Xie. SL Streamer complete on Kramer as the top laners have a little bit of a laugh with their emote selection.
So there is, of course, a bit of history between RNG and Fnatic, for those that are unfamiliar. Langjing, former RNG player. And yeah, so he's just kind of referencing like, hey, remember last time? Well, actually, Fnatic won the last time. Yeah. In any case, there's a lot of history between those two organizations, so a bit of a cool flash there coming out from Longjing.
And a lot of history between the two regions as well, especially over the last couple of World Championships. Like LPL and LEC have been 2 regions battling to see who is the supreme leader of the world, and at the moment, it's very much the LPL.
Yep, of course, LPL currently 1-1 on the day. Europe the same. With Rogue losing to Damwon and G2 getting that big win over Suning, while JDG getting a massive win versus PSG, extremely dominating, but it seems that the LPL 4th seed and the European 2nd seed currently very close. But I say close, right now the map state feels quite close, but of course that is not represented in the gold. Fnatic very healthily in the lead, a lot of that coming off the back of the top lane and jungle differences.
And a lot of it comes down to this next fight as well. If we see Fnatic coming up towards this Dragon fight, trying to make sure LGD can't get to Soul Point and just demolishing because of their extra gold, because of their extra items, that's when you really see this game explode for Fnatic.
Exactly that, Medic, and I'm glad you set it up, because you'll notice 50 seconds until the Drake. We expect to see Bwipo go back to base. Look at the inventories. Control ward, control ward, control ward, control ward. Come on, Bwipo, lock it in. Give me that control ward. Give me number 5. He's not going to do it. We'll grab the sweeper, though. Yep. So 3 sweepers. They've also got the Rift Herald. Fnatic is clearly saying, we're ready to fight for this objective. They're fighting for mid-party right now. Selfmade goes in.
Dives in onto Mark, who's just going to use the Dredge line to get himself to safety. Wolf goes down as Peanut forces Illusang and Selfmade away. But this is what Fnatic wanted to do. All they're looking for is control of the river. That's all they really want out of this. And now with Bwipo joining up with the team, Langjing would have to TP into this fight. He's currently going back to base. We'll look to get those home guards in.
But look at these deep flank wards that LGD have set up right behind Fnatic's layer. this is the opportunities for Longsheng and GA to get him. But wait, GA's just going to TP into the mid lane. Wait, no! Alright, but wait, maybe those wards are actually just blue wards. Maybe I'm wrong.
It could be Farsight automation.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, maybe that's what they are, and they actually weren't TP wards, so I could be incorrect there. But I thought that was a great opportunity for them to flank. Either way, both teams setting up right now. Bot wave is pushing in favor of Fnatic. I think the Fnatic should drop this Rift Herald in mid to create that extra point of pressure right now because, oh, they're actually just going to start this one off. Here we go.
Infernal Dragon has been started. Whipper on the front line. Mark's going to hook him up. Here comes the Curtain Call. Whipper with the Haymaker. Showstopper onto the back, trying to catch out Mark. Whippo is almost down as he falls. Peanut gets the kill. The Infernal Dragon does go over to Selfmade. Here's the call to the Force Grudge though, as ZA uses the Chrono Bait to get back, and there's another hook, and there's another kill. Selfmade goes down. Fnatic get the Dragon, but they get swept away in the river.
Yeah, beautiful punish there from LGD. They recognize that Whippo is out of position, and they can get a collapse. The chain CC was flawless. And they're able to get themselves 2 kills. Of course, Selfmade with no flash, recognizing that he's the last one in the pit, makes it very easy for them, and now they're going to steal away some jungle camps. The Raptors are going to go, the Gromp is going to go, that's another mark for the Kindred. They may even be able to steal away the blue buff, but they might not want to overstay their welcome. So here, we're going to get a look back at Whippo getting caught out. He thinks he has the Lantern for safety, but knockup into collapse. You also have so many control wards on top of the Lantern. Whippo thinks that he can get that kill onto Kramer, but not quite enough. The heal comes through for him. And then Selfmade, of course, the ultimate lands on him. So, really good collapse there from LGD. They're immediately going to close the gold gap. See now, 31k to 31k. And this is what we were talking about, though. LGD don't care about the early deficit that they found themselves in. They knew that a lot of their draft advantages were going to come when these 5v5s started to take place. And I thought that they wouldn't be able to play front to back, but to be fair, they're able to find that quick pick, and they're able to convert it into something big. So now the game has suddenly equalized. We have an interesting game on our hands. Medic Selfmade still with that Herald. To see what he does.
Looks like he's going to path his way towards the mid lane, but once again we see that just this vision from LGD just poking its eyes into the Fnatic jungle. They know that Selfmade was there. They know that his ways of beats. Even the control ward wasn't able to spot out the ward that LGD had put down. Rift Herald will go down the mid lane. Immediately abandon it. They're like, hey mate, get a charge in please, Shelly. And it will only get in the one. So the tower still stands in the mid lane, whereas LGD have already raised the mid lane.
Now, it's a lot of trying to steal jungle camps, fighting the vision, controlling over waves. You can see Whippo's going to push in another top lane wave. It's likely going to look to reset because Fnatic are going to start transitioning their pressure elsewhere. That tier 1 tower in the bot lane is still up, along with the tier 1 in the mid, which means that LGD is going to start using more favorable position. You would imagine that those two objectives that Fnatic are looking to score. Nemesis does not have the support team. Can't overextend to the bot side of the map. He doesn't quite know where the Echo is either, which means that he's going to be forced to disengage. And LGD just kind of sitting comfortably right now, waiting for the next dragon.
Only 400 gold advantage for the teams. LGD in a very strong spot, known for their team fighting in the pokes his head into
they are starting this.
Okie doke. Fnatic, they did it yesterday against TSM. This one will go down quickly. Set can punch it incredibly rapidly, but it's already down to 7 HP now. Once she's stepping forward, somebody's going to dive out of the back. Felt like Fnatic just being like, hey guys, you ordered this? You're going to check? Just in case. Just in case LGD did.
It's one of those things where there's... good sidestep.
Whippo's looking for him here though. The curtain call comes down and Longsheng is not the target you really want to be hitting with those consecutive shots.
But he will be able to walk away from that. Didn't have the flash, but didn't really need it anyway. In any case, the point of that Baron was to say, hey, we have just cleared out all of the Barons. We're going to check They don't really lose anything with starting that Baron to play for. And if it works out, they get the Baron. So it's very much just a quick test to be like, can you stop it? Oh, okay. Okay, fair enough. Okay, we respect that a little bit.
Brains awake right now? You alive?
Exactly.
You understand what we could do? And LGD very aware of the danger, probably having watched Fnatic do almost exactly the same thing to TSM yesterday. And now we'll see exactly where we are in terms of balance. It's only 300 gold between the two teams. Lichbane now complete on GA alongside the Protocol. Infinity Edge Essence Reaver here.
That's a little bit more magic penetration penetration alongside Rude and Zephyr, but we're kind of hitting 2 items for everyone. And, you know, LGD is getting strong with the fact that Kramer has those 2 items. It's going to be deadly. And notice that Kramer level 13 right now with a level 11 of Wrangler. So that is a very strong misfortune. It's had a lot of resources funneled into her. And is going to be very scary as we approach these upcoming team fights. And, you know, we've been talking about it a lot. Even though Fnatic have been able to find some early game gold leads, early game advantages, at the end of the day, LGD only care about the 5v5. They're grouping up for it now. They have the bot wave pushing. Here lands the hook.
Submate's going to get hooked. There is Mark so low. Almost goes down. Gets the gargoyles off just in time. Now Submate is fallen as well. Quiver going to do what he can with the showstopper to pull Langzheng forward. There's the base breaker as well as the win, but the Fnatic's respite just in time for Pino. Bullet time comes out from Kramer. They try and open up Hylissang. There is only Genesis and Rekkles are left alive in a 2v3. Langzheng's just going to back away. The dragon is up in a second's time. And LGD will turn their eyes towards the Inferno.
Wow, crazy team fight that ends up going in the favor of LGD once again. That ultimate from Peanut was so clutch, mitigating so much of the burst damage that came out from Nemesis and Bwipo. If he had not done that, that fight could have gone very easily in the favor of Fnatic, so huge props to him, because this is also going to guarantee them their 3rd straight of the game. LGD now finally sitting at that gold lead, where they have been behind pretty much the entire game.
Have another look at this, because remember, Selfmade does not have flash.
So in this action replay, you'll notice that, as you rightly said, no flash sitting on top of the grave does end up getting punished. Whippo, though, on the backline, looks like they're going to execute him, but then the ultimate comes through from Nemesis as well. If you used on someone like Langjing or Xie, I think that it could have been so much better, but he was not expecting that ulti to come through from Peanut, and that's really what shifted the fight. So huge props to Peanut for being able to keep him alive. And then people have to be mindful of how he uses that ultimate in the future, and like thinking more about it. That's probably why he picked the set, knowing that the Kindred was on the other team. You have that ability to drag people out of the Kindred ultimate to try and find that execute. And I think he's going to have to hold on to it.
It's the same reason you see picks like the Gragas or the Lee Sin into the Kindred. You want to disrupt the ability of the Kindred to get ult off effectively. But as you say, LGD are about 1,000 gold in the lead here, Vedius, and only getting stronger as the minutes go on. Langzheng, already level 14, has those ornaments, has those upgrades available. We'll start to see them come out on items like the Infinity Edge that is sitting in Kramer's infantry. Fnatic trying to get control over the battle once again. 3.5 minutes before the next dragon means that this is really the key point of contest for both these teams.
It is. Looking at some of the summoners that are available, pretty much everyone is good except Kramer will be able to
And what I love about this game, Betty, is firstly, it's close, which makes it exciting, right? And secondly, if LGD end up winning this, think about how much closer the bottom of this group is. Gen G, probably the favourite to win the group, right? 2-0. Fnatic at 1-1, LGD at 1-1, and TSM only just a win behind them. And it makes this so much more exciting in the battle for second place in the group that a lot of people were saying could go anyone's way, right? If anyone has a good day, any one of the teams in this group could take the win.
Evil lurks around every
best. Now, kind of bringing us back into the game, you'll notice that there aren't really any objectives to play for outside of the Baron. Neither team is into that right now. If either team was fit to it, would be LGD to try and force that 5v5 that they're looking for, but there are a lot of risks associated with that. While Xie is continuing to sit in a side lane, currently level 16. Notice that Kramer also level 14, and the level advantages that LGD currently have are huge. Rekkles slowly starting to close the gap, being at 13 mark, but still a little bit behind in the items. Hasn't completed his 3rd item yet. While Peanut's looking to try and steal away some items.
Or just hit the last. Or just hit the last, yeah. But may not have known that the comp was dead, so wasn't able to see. Right, I haven't been updated on the mark situation. Last update I got, it was 3 marks on Kindred. I believe he picked up 1 more since then, but
has been slain.
In a moment's time as we see once again both the teams just setting up in this mid lane. It is still 3. And you want to see Peanut really unleash the full power of this Kindred, but he's been doing a very good job considering he hasn't been able to get to that.
Xie can just sit top lane. He will Yeah, I think LGD's, though, still very favored. They're pushing in the bot wave. They still have a lot of vision in the river that Fnatic is now forced to clear out. Sludge has plenty of wards in his inventory.
Rapid fire alongside the Infinity Edge upgraded by all the execution. So Martin Kramer actually, because of the struggle, a little bit sooner than Reckless does. Bwipo on the front line here, Langjing stepping forward into darkness. Fnatic have control of this small amount of vision in the river. Of course, the Scuttle Crab behind, giving LGD just that little bit of information as to where exactly Fnatic are. And LGD will be playing priority. Hook's going to land onto Mark. There's the Gargoyles. Bwipo knocked up with the depth shell. Sword of the Forge God available for Langjing. Showstopper's going to pull him back, and here comes the curtain call. Mark already down. Peanut diving off towards the backside. The unleashed power used on GA. Langjing will flash away. LGD can look for the re-engage here. They've got the bullet time, but instead they say, okay, it's not a soul for you yet. You just have 2 Infernal Dragons, and they'll give it up to Fnatic.
Wow, so the Peanut ultimate didn't even come through that time around. He wasn't able to keep Mark alive, and LGD ended up falling short in the team fight. Ooh, Hylissang looking for Kramer. Going to be able to disengage from that one, though. Fnatic, I'm surprised they were able to come out ahead in that fight. They were the actual ones to instigate it. They looked for a fight before the objective was even started. A lot of farm was lost on a side lane. So while all this was going on, Fnatic was just clumped in the river. Meanwhile, GA was still pushing mid waves. He's going to catch another wave top right now. And like, a lot of farm was being lost, but here we see like the initiation on top. Notice that 3 members are actually zoned by this smoke screen coming out from Selfmade. They're also afraid of Nemesis sitting up on this flank. And then so many members just immediately flash away. The Kindred ultimate never comes through because he's worried that if he stays in it, he's just going to bait his team.
Also, Hylissang was just about to hook it, so he had to flash away. What I did like from Fnatic there was the layering of CC as GA tries to dive onto Hylissang, still has the chrono break, just dives his way all the way back to the river, and LGD gained total control of this balance. Okay. The death round for GA. He's going to, he's already completed as well, so those two need to meet up, get that upgrade onto GA pocket. He's now going to be this game is going to continue to be delayed because the Drakes keep getting taken by Fnatic. But I think the longer this game goes on, it only gets harder really for Fnatic. I feel that it's going to be harder for Reckless to kill this front line of the Ornn relative to the competition that Kramer has to play against. Mark is only getting it tankier as the game goes on. GA is only going to do more damage. And I think that Fnatic, what they're largely relying on is finding these picks at the start of each fight, just like they did with Mark in that last one. They have a lot of single target bursts with champions like the Syndra, and they have a lot of chain CC with things like the Jin W, the Hook, of course the Syndra stun as well. But I think if they just play this straight up it's not going to be great for Fnatic. Looking for the hook, we'll just walk down to the Paolo Convergence. I mean, Fnatic, there's a reason the Fnatic bush is named after them. They have historically been very good at sitting in a bush and waiting and trying to catch someone. Right now, Bwipo is still pushing in the bottom lane by himself. Langjing is on his way to answer this. Bwipo a level down in this matchup now. We haven't seen that pure power that they invested into Bwipo early on really translate into much more as of yet. He's been strong in the team fights, perhaps Fnatic realizing that he would need to be their first items, so decided to he hasn't been able to purely win this side lane by himself.
Oh, look at how they're kind of threatening to collapse. Remember that Kramer can rotate from lane to lane very quickly, especially now that he's upgraded the boot. Also got himself the Executioner's Falling Blade. I have a really bad history with that.
Oh, TP. There's no flash on this Graves. TP going to be used. There is the Lantern. Call of the Forge God comes in from Langjing, lands it even through the smoke screen. Bwipo's on the back line, but he's all on his lonesome, and there is the dredge line, shut down onto Bwipo. And now Fnatic have to retreat back into their own jungle. LGD find a pick, don't really lose too much health at all. Nemesis is the next target here for GA, but Selfmade got caught out. It meant that LGD can now start up this bounce.
Yeah, excellent pick, and again, the lack of flash. Oh, but that's huge as well.
Unleashed power. It isn't quite enough as the chrono break comes out from GA. Reckless trying to open up. GA no longer has an ultimate. Now Selfmade can rejoin this fight. They just dash across the wall to try and get over towards the Baron, but LGD actually just going to disengage. Curtains open from Reckless as he realizes LGD have walked away.
Wow, I was surprised that LGD actually chose to disengage off of that, because Whipple had no teleport, so I think that they would have been in a numbers advantage, but they recognized that they only had the MF Ultimate. Oh, they also had PS. Yeah, I'm surprised.
Yep.
I thought that they could have committed to that Baron, honestly, but finding that pick onto Selfmade is really where everything started for LGD. Notice again, the lack of flash can be so devastating, your positioning is so important, and then Whipple finds himself in a 1 versus 4 that he just cannot get out of. He does not have the flash to disengage. Throws the ultimate down.
Dragon spawn. We once again see both teams deciding to fight in this bottom side river. Last time it was Fnatic who came out on top. This time LGD once again will be looking for that Infernal Soul. So if they get this, it will only be one dragon. One Infernal Soul. Stop that from happening. Scuttle Crab once again acquired for them. Self-made. Aggro's the dragon. It raises its number into the river itself as LGD looking to step forward. No real vision control here from Fnatic as LGD. Ball on the board. Got showstopping from Lungshing from Whipper from the side. Nemesis trying to do what he can. The hook goes down onto Mark. But here comes Xie. And there go Fnatic. Reckless tries to do what he can, but Xie is chasing him down. Infernal Soul LGD. Only Self-made left alive, and he won't be for much longer. LGD are on the hunt, and it's a triple for Xie.
Xie with the perfect flank onto the back line as Fnatic chose to go for the engage as Longqing throws out the ultimate. The idea from Whippo was to stop Longqing from getting the second block of that ulti off, but he ends up just making it easy for Kramer and Xie to play the fight that they want. They get the Dragon Soul, and now the Nexus is in their eyes.
This might just be it. LGD from 1 and 3 in play-ins group. They have come alive here in the World's Group stage. And what a group this is going to be. LGD pick up their first win in groups.
This game was all about the Dragons. Even though Fnatic found themselves with that early gold advantage, LGD were not concerned. They kept composed, they didn't try to overforce anything, and they just waited for these neutral objectives where they were just consistently coming out ahead in the 5v5s. There were definitely windows where Fnatic found a couple of good picks, they found a couple of good opportunities, but then in that final fight, everything just crumbled. LGD were not afraid to force the engage. They get a really good Ornn ultimate off that baits Whippo into using his ulti very early, which means the backline wasn't threatened. And then, of course, we got to see Xie just run rampant on the entire Fnatic line.
That flank was just dirty. Absolutely great stuff. We saw, he just got assassinated. Nemesis wasn't able to even move. We saw exactly and it just makes me want something for this group. Even though they've lost, on a good day, could reach
yeah, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be an interesting one to see how the rest of this group does play out. Because of course, now with both Fnatic and LGD being 1-1, it makes that matchup of Fnatic versus Gen.G so much more important, because if they get that win, then there's potential for a 2-1. Then TSM LGD, so of course every single game, like it feels like that right now this is kind of going as expected. A lot of people thought that this group would be very competitive, and I think that we're starting to see that. So it's only going to get more competitive as we move into the final games of Group C. Kind of like, I think that we haven't seen too many surprises out of any of the other groups. Things are kind of going as expected, and I hope that as
looking forward to the upsets, but it's time for another break. And when we return,
乜嘢？三萬巨人啦！哇！ranking 喎。
Here's the deal, Parker.
Damn ranking.
Surprisingly great rates.
Yeah, right. Pepperoni pockets, an atomic brown.
好似係咪11月半啊就完季啊？定幾時
？38日之後咧？
咩？30日之後？ 8日之後。
哦。
Each one unique, with astonishing power, unstoppable, master warriors, ready to compete, seeking glory. We live it, we breathe it, we have each other's back. Together, we become legends, icons of a new generation.
Evil lurks around every corner.
No delay.
Excuses.
It lives in its
and nanosecond.
between me and legends. Between tears make an impact this big, nothing less than the speed and dependability of the system network will do.
I pass judgment.
What the fuck?
Shut down. The shadows are to be feared. I release them from their pain. I smell
Welcome back, everyone, to the stage.
我洗
We just wrapped up day 2 of groups, and what a way to close things out. Faced off in an intense game 6. Back and forth, and actually both games we've seen from LGD so far have been scrappy with a lot of fights. Where in the end do you think they got the upper hand in this one?
In the draft, I think.
In the draft, okay.
Honestly,
Easy, let's move on. Next one. No, just kidding.
I think Fnatic just went for full comfort, but no champions that would recognize them on, but I think the easily solution was definitely in LGD's hand. Just the Orn makes it time and then the echo against them.
And the Kindred too, having that range band feel
An ally has been slain.
makes it really hard for him to execute.
the fuck?
Know much less than you guys do, but it did seem also interesting to me that it's a good idea because you can interrupt obviously the Ornhorn with the set if you go in, but we saw that LGD after 2 times was like, yeah, sure. From the back, so that didn't really play out well. Also, interestingly enough, you did talk about you know, the champion pool with Peanut and you know the Alliance on some champions, including the Kindred, but in this draft it wasn't really happening.
I think just the Kindred, we knew it was about to come through. Then it was also open. But Fnatic weren't so keen to pick it.
Yeah.
It would have been like a decent middle spot potentially if you draft for it. Together with Syndra rotation, maybe not so much, but I think Ender spoke about it too in the green room that this is a matchup where Kindred is kind of satisfied, and I think with having Ornn on your side, that almost always helps with jungle matchups, regardless of what you're playing.
The shadows are. I mean, he had 80% win rate on it in the regular set. I mean, everyone's good on if you're a top laner. You got to be able to play Ornn, but he's exceptionally well also at playing just a weak side. We saw that on RNG.
Strong
never
side, assassin.
The strong side, like anything, especially with
You
that
had to
Ornn.
play super weak side in this game, right? Because the whole thing started off with self-play, a lot of tension there, teleporting out of lane, which cost him a ton. And I think that did help
start to play into what we're seeing from now, getting their head in terms of drafts and play. Can I get a quick thought on Group C and how it has been going in Group C? Very scrappy game.
Oh, is it high?
1-1 for Fnatic and LGD, 0-2 for TSM, and of course 2-0.
I think just based on what they said.
Exactly. Down, I guess, because TSM is 0-2, but that's, you know, actually nothing if you look at how the other teams are playing, especially that we have also a 1-1. A lot is still possible in this group. If you missed anything from day 2 of groups, be sure to check out our rebroadcast. It's at 10 a.m. Pacific time for our American friends. It's a tricky one to stay up for. In 3 minutes, though, we'll be back to Worlds Cooldown with Dash, Raz, Spawn, Valdez, and Kobe!
Hey!
Hi, Kobe!
Hey, how's it going over there? Probably better than it's going over here for us, you know.
I mean, yeah, do you mean because NA lost or because it's really late or early?
Yeah, I don't know if you can catch by the standings graphic right there, but North America's still winless at the group stages. We did get our play-ins victories, but we're looking for a little bit more out of it. And another surprising thing, of course, you know, Korea undefeated. They're looking extremely strong.
Yeah, surprising, I don't know.
It's like everyone's a loser next to Korea right now, let's be honest.
Absolutely. Kobe, we're not going to keep you for too long because I know you're heading over to cool down soon. So what are you guys going to be talking about today?
I'm glad you asked because we're going to be talking about the single We'll have a recap, but we're just going to write and watch the ball. Extremely exciting. But there was a race relay.
It's a good way to put it.
I like it.
Yeah, before we let you go, come on, Kobe. If you don't have faith anymore, like, then why should anyone? You have faith.
Stop. Nobody said that we don't have faith anymore. We're used to losing. We've been here before. That's why we still have smiles on our faces. We're a little bit dead inside. And as you know, week 2 for North America is always opposite of week 1. Usually we're winning in week 1, we're losing in week 2. But if we reverse the script, could be some good things ahead of us.
That's a good strategy. I like it.
I've been thinking about that. Maybe it's just flipped for you and an A, and then like you drop it.
I don't like that.
I don't like that. Okay, we'll see. Thank you so much, Kobe, and we will see you for more in a bit.
Tiebreakers are where we'll succeed.
Okay, that's a wrap for us here in Berlin so far. As said, we'll be right back with that.
撚突忽！
或者而家艾希人出征服者㗎，咩玩法咧？
啊！
咁樣喎。阿拉米爾啊！好，精神。開學啦，聽日，嘿嘿。哦，CCTV 就係確診喎。咁即係要即係點啊？要用 Zoom 㗎，我覺得。你有沒有聽說我已經面帶笑容，成為頂好的我？當你從頭再來過。I smell black magics。哇！黐撚線。我咧今日小弟同東哥喺度篤波，跟住大炒東哥80幾分。
冇呢家嘢點計呢啲分數？
咩啊？入一球，入一個紅波就係1分啊嘛。跟住入完紅波再打顏色波咁樣啊。有一計嘅咩147度啊嘛，有冇聽過啊 ？Percy
冇咯。篤波呢家嘢唔見咗佢
明白嘅。阿樹咧，有冇人出呢個即係玩艾希咧？有冇人唔出隕落㗎？
Or the beginning of the morning, or whatever part of the day you find yourselves in. Currently, I'm Dax, joined by Raz, and group stages is in the books. We had a couple bangers of games, but just taking a look at the overall clump of teams as it stands, it's the LCK that sits above the rest right now. Damwon Gaming over there, 2-0, Attack Group B, Gen G following suit.
但係如果係咁鳩得咧，都好快用死喎。
呢個玩法有少少。
I think the biggest change in perspective for a lot of people coming in.
明白嘅，我都覺。但係如果鳩出部機咁樣，即係出完奪拍，出呢個無盡，出颶風戰咁咪有75% 嘅部機啊！
但係艾希部機唔係本身，
但係艾希部機係疊加緩速㗎嘛。但係咧，我唔明有樣嘢可能搞笑，即係嗰啲凡嗰啲步擊咧，同艾希步擊好似唔太一樣。
你有冇睇啊？佢步擊唔係就咁計
嘅。我知啊。
The North American
佢部機係計，佢部機係計咩疊加
？Because this is getting ugly real quick.
I mean, we can't deny that. There's nothing that can be said in contrast to that point. Raz, help me out.
Or change疊加呢個唔出效果啊嘛，係咪？
By changing the topic.
Thank you, Fred.
Because like for me, Gen G was a team that when we look at Group C, people were like, I don't know about Gen G. You know, a few naysayers out there, probably because of previous world performances, but they came out on top as well. Like.
BDD had an excellent performance mid in both of his matches. Like, Ruler is still king in the bot lane. Gen G came to play, and I'm glad to see it from the organization.
Without a doubt.
I was one of the naysayers, right? When I said this is the team that, in my opinion, probably most likely to fall down. And it was just, you know, I don't know what it actually was, because when you look at how they stack up, they're such an impressive unit, right? And they do have really great team play and synergy. But there was just something about it that if I was going to have to pick a team, I thought it would be Gen G. So far, however, this team has really been on fire.
Yeah, that Group C is really turning out to be an exciting one. Let's talk about some of the individual matchups rather from our day of games, starting with Game 2. LEC's G2 versus the LPL Suning. I mean, this has got to be the game of the day, and by many accounts, including the casters on the game itself, it was the game of worlds, Kobe.
Yeah, for sure. This is definitely the most exciting one that we have had to date. Suning just came out with such coordination in their team fights, gaining these big leads over G2, but G2, huge macro plays for them, despite Jankos falling behind early to SOFM's big plays, aggressive early jungling. They were still able to pull it through. Twisted Fate wildcard stealing dragons. We had a base relay race to end it all off. So many good team fights to go back and watch. It just had so much action, so much tension in it throughout.
Yeah, and I wanted to really point out SOFM. I know that you talked about how the early game went for him, and how he was able to use Angel as an extension of himself, all that to be able to get an experience advantage. Those insane team fights that he was able to have.
屌我以為佢斷線，仆街，跟住我行埋 A 佢，跟住 Q 得我，叫 QE 我。
Anger alert. That's like steer clear of anything else other than this game. It was amazing to watch.
The Raz jumping out of his seat as
yes.
recommendation.
Yes.
Or rather, Spawn, what's the answer to that question that's just been thrown up on the screen? Is it, in fact, the best game of the world so far?
Yeah, I think so. I don't think you can look past this game because it really had like the two ideal compositions coming through for both teams, in my opinion. It had the star players popping off, some return to form mixed in there as well. So when you had a look at this game, not only did it have the back and forth, but it was actually quite high quality. And I think that the right members stepped up at the right time to make this a really exciting game of League of Legends.
Yeah, I know you were heavily talking about bottom lane specifically, Spawn. And looking at Summer from G2, that's where a lot of people's worries were for G2, why they weren't giving them the same amount of credit coming from last Worlds and their dominating performance. But both Perkz and Mickey had big games for themselves. There was that team fight that drew a lot of eyes, Perkz dumping out over 10,000 damage in it. But Mickey as well, so many big setup plays for the Bard. He had that ward on the blast cone. He had plenty of heals, defensive ultimates, really nice stuff.
Yeah, and to me, it was like Perkz was the member that coming into Worlds, I was like, if G2 is going to prove to actually be this legitimate contender to be able to win Worlds, I need to see a return to form from Perkz. And I think we got that this game. And there were a couple of really key moments that I want to highlight to show that it's often the little things from your AD carry. So very early on in the game, he actually called Jankos down into his lane, got himself that reset that was able to maintain teleport advantage. You know, at about the 8-minute mark, they start up the Rift Herald. Perkz is able to actually teleport towards that. That means that they're able to pick themselves up. Rift Herald, he also had really smart itemization. We've talked a lot about the meme of losses to Boris so far at Worlds. As soon as the Ocean Soul was picked up, immediately goes away and gets that Executioner's Calling as well. And the uptime on his DPS was incredibly impressive. And I know what everyone's saying, you know, like Caps carried this game, Wonder carried this game, Mickey had a stellar performance. And we all know the depth of the G2 lineup, right? This is a team that across the board is the super team of Europe. They are the hopes of the LEC to win another world championship. But for me, their captain, their star player needs to be Perkz for that to happen. To win Worlds, in my opinion, you need a great AD carry. And Perkz at the moment is showing that he is back in that form to be able to be a great AD carry.
I fully agree with you, and I think the words that you use in like a European super team, it's that idea, you know, because of how the summer split had went for this team had been falling away. And to your point, because of the bot lane, but also for me, the inconsistencies of the jungle. I felt as though like what we were seeing was everything that we wanted to see from G2, what made them really monsters in 2019 in international and tournaments. But I still need to see that from Jankos. Jankos, I think, had some really questionable decisions. Like when he got pilfered in his own jungle, he decided to walk out and go for Raptors when he had no mid-prior. He had all of the information that Syndra was going to go there, and he still went for it. Like, we need to see these things kind of get cleared away if we want to see G2 in peak form and for teams to really fear them in these games.
It's a totally valid point, but really, you're going to focus on that? Of all the things to focus on in that game?
This is one of many examples, but like at the end of the day, what we got to see was exactly what Spawn said, which was like, this was a Perkz game as well as everyone is starting to come together and like their first games in Worlds, which is really fun to see for G2.
And the thing is, you know, people already were super hyped on the solo lanes of G2. Like Spawn talked about, coming out of summer, people were not worried about Caps or Wunder. And those players are still going to be players that are going to be stars and on the forefront of their game. But people are looking at the other areas for them to have the complete package to really challenge the teams at the top. That people are now looking at TES and Damwon as heavy favorites. They were already coming into it, but especially with the Damwon over JDG performance.
Definitely. One final beat on this game before we move on. In this World's 2020 debut, SOFM made every second count by kicking 2 members of G2 to their deaths, made possible by the Cisco network. Let's take a look. Raz, walk me through it. I know you're a big fan.
This one was beautiful to watch for me because, like, the entire idea, like, the beginning of the fight, I think, was a little bit doomed for Suning because they had lost their support. He got picked right from the get-go. But then for SOFM to find that picture-perfect kick, I thought was insane. At first, I thought, like, you know, how are they going to be able to take this fight? Did he need to ward hop kick? The coordination with the flash from the Renekton to get the stun, being able to get the picture-perfect kick on the AD carry, I think that saved them this fight and the game up until like the late.
I bloom like a flower in the dawn.
Game. Therefore, he's been able to change up his style to more of that supportive facilitator. You know, we're going to keep talking about it, but Angel's going to play around him. You know, in the team fights, they're going to look to follow his lead a lot of the time, and he just plays like a madman on some of those rounds. Like, he only goes forward. He is like the category go-forward player, and it's very fun to watch.
Raz, I want to give you the final point here on Suning. What is your impression of this LPL squad, even in the loss here? Because this felt like the most difficult of the LPL teams to kind of nail down coming into the tournament, and particularly the group stage. A number of people saying wouldn't be surprised if this were the LPL team to kind of peter out in groups and not make it to the knockout stage. But how did you feel about the showing against G2 here, even in the loss?
I'm incredibly confident because they looked confident. I think a lot of people had lacking faith because of the younger players. How was Huanfeng, Angel, and Bin going to perform on that stage? And I thought that they came in on point in team fights. They did really well against a veteran lineup, and it was G2 that had to rise to the occasion in those instances to have a fantastic game. So I think Suning for sure are a team to beat in this group.
Well, while Suning rather fell down today, JDG took a step up, Kobe, taking the win over PSG Talon, of course, rebounding from their loss yesterday against Damwon Gaming.
Let me tell you, James, we have had some stops in group games already. Only 2 days in. I cast 3 of them myself right at the opening day. But this is the stomp to take all stomps, okay? JDG, they were angry about that loss to Damwon, and they came out firing on all cylinders. You could tell from Champion Select They were like, we are going to steamroll over them, towers or not. 4 melee champions, my friend. This is a dive comp through and through. And they take that dive comp, they start roaming around the lanes early on to pick up those kills. And once you start getting those aggressive kills, snowballing with that gold. They did not care about the towers. They were right behind them. Expert usage of Pantheon for multiple early ones where you can immune the extra damage that comes through. They had no fear. And you could just tell from, you know, the first 5 minutes of this one, JDG were going to run away from it. This hypes you right back up then for the rematch that they'll have with Damwon at the top of the group.
Yeah, and I think that when you have a look at a game like this, you get to understand like what priority and pressure and the ability to move first to a play actually means. And this is what we're talking so much when we talk about, you know, why is this team not 4-man diving this turret? Why are they not utilizing the extra seconds they have on some of those rips to be able to create skip steps to be able to, you know, they would dive tier 2s at certain points in this game. And I mean, it's just flawless play, in my opinion. Sure, like I always say this, when you play really good League of Legends, if another team plays really good League of Legends, it kind of degrades a little bit because League of Legends is a pressure game. So it did require PSG to kind of have a shocker of the game at the same time. But this still is a JDG that when you give them like the champions that they're looking for, and when you allow them to dictate the terms of the game, they are going to absolutely dismantle you. This was a shellacking.
Yeah, very much a dominant game. Just over 23 minutes was the total game time on that one. Quite rather a resurgence for a squad that took a hard loss to Damwon just yesterday. We're going to step away on the other side. Valdez is going to join us to break down Gen G versus TSM. We got more Worlds Cooldown coming at you after this.
Minions have spawned.
My critics are usually short-lived. My theater is the mind.
First blood.
Divine.
An enemy has been slain.
Wah, jangan ganyan RIP ni. Rip pepperonis 啊，入飛條住打 rank， 所以。
Welcome back to World School Down presented by State Farm. We're welcoming Valdez to help us break down some of the LCK matchups that hit your screens just this evening. Welcome, Valdez. How you doing, man?
I'm doing great. Great day of games today. Some really fun ones, and more LCK dominance is always fun to see.
I was about to say, before we get into the specific matchups, I just want to talk about LCK's showing so far at the tournament overall. 5-0 now stands the score when you combine all LCK teams. How does this match with your pre-tournament expectations, considering the dominance of, say, a region like the LPL over more recent years?
Well, if you take a look at the matchups that they've had, I think really Damwon was the only team where people were saying, hey, they might lose to Genji. Could be a really close matchup. It ended up being very close. Outside of that, I mean, DRX had a relatively easy matchup. Genji, they had that close one against LGD, but eventually were able to squeak out that one. Overall, just based on the matchups, definitely going the way that I expected. I'm looking towards Genji to see if Ruler can continue to carry his team as he has in the past couple of games, but of course with his ear infection that he's got right now, I'm a little bit worried. He looked pretty funny today with the tissue over his ear, but still came to play, had a crazy game.
It just adds to the impressiveness then of the 2-0 start for them. Let's start with that Genji squad and their TSM victory here today. Kobe, jump in here since it was us on the receiving end of the shellacking. What was your take?
I really loved how Genji were able to punish the ganks that TSM went for. I mean, these are some of the changes that they made to the jungle, where with a champion, especially like early that had such good clear speed, they were always looking punished, not chasing around the Nidalee for that. You know, we saw on screen, you get first blood for TSM. Yeah, that's great. But Genji were ahead in gold after that first blood because of farm differences in their matchups, as well as the jungle, taking away objective after objective. For a long time in the LPL, Volibear has been the answer to Renekton, a big CS lead up there. The set into Zilean was one of the biggest things that North America was coming into this thinking, Jerks out Zilean. Nobody's able to deal with this. What possible answer does he have? And yet, he comes up, BDD, does the wave, forces so many missed CS from here to early on. It was actually kind of catastrophic how little control they had around mid for TSM, and it just allowed Genji to control the entire map with Lilia.
Well, Valdez, what's your perspective then as an LCK representative? When you see a pick like that, when you see the Zilean come into Europe, this thing that we rave about non-stop and talk about the win rate and the pocket pick and all that, is there a sense of concern there, only then to watch BDD completely dismantled?
I think that we don't see in the LCK very often for a reason. I think that the LCK mid laners would see that and they'd just be like, okay, I'll play a tank, I'll play a Lucian, I'll shut you down 100%, they're gonna have their jungle around you, they just know how to play around that kind of pick really well. So I think when Genji saw that, they were very calm, they're like, okay, you know, we've got set mid, should be really, really fine. We saw how difficult it was for Zilean to try to CS up against Set, who was just playing with such crazy positioning, way far down the lane, getting multiple plates as a melee against range, which was really nice to see. And for some reason, all these LCK teams so far, they've just found a way. We were talking about the first blood that went the way of TSM, but still, they get so far ahead in the early game. It's like somehow so much gold is leaking their way in so many other matchups just because they look so much stronger in the early stage of the game and the laning phase.
And look, I don't really know whether it was somehow. I think it was a systematic destruction of the top side of Summoner's Rift, because at 5 minutes into the game, if you discount the support positioning, which is obviously Targon, like they are genuinely 50 CS to the first 5 minutes. And this is what we talk about. The ability to push your lane and respond first, and hit the path of the river, and as you pointed out, this was a jungle clinic put on by Clip. I think it helped you with all one of the solo laners into the play to be be able to assist him with either vision or the ability to set up skirmishes and completely cut off all rounds that he could be able to take after that first gank in the top lane. And that was just like systematic control. That's when you say good macro, that's what you're talking about. The ability to just be able to play the map. Every move had a counter move from Gen G here, and it was just impressive to see.
Yeah, this game kind of highlights how often casters will talk about jungling is a team game because they're able to use the entire team there to really set him up and control him.
Yeah, and in general, I think history has shown that are generally play the most consistent, and I think that's where, again, you look at those CS numbers and it makes sense to me. That one part of the map can maybe fall down or fail or misstep, but the rest of the map can so easily cover for it. Today's State Farm assist of the day, though, is actually going to the team that was on the losing end of this bout. It goes to TSM's Doublet for his excellent flash snare onto Ruler in the bot lane spawn trap. The only time within this game where some smiles went across the NA faces.
Yeah, and I think this is what you're going to need to see more out of TSM, like a smart form. Because what had actually happened, you probably saw it on the mini-map, like Deacon pops out of the jungle, just been taken, double control ward up there, he actually walks out of base into bottom side, gets spotted on a very deep ward that was dropped by Clint as well. And Doublelift just knows that his jungler is going to be like completely destroyed if he doesn't get something happening. And I think that when you have a look at a center Rakan lane, that is definitely supposed to be a late game option. So the fact that they were willing to burn some of the spells, be aggressive, and allow Speaker to have an avenue to play through, like that's definitely the assist of the day for me, because nothing else was going anywhere near or remotely to plan for TSM in this game. So hats off to Doublelift. I think he's going to have more plays like that if TSM have a chance in this world.
Yeah, maybe 102 more of those plays. Just okay, let's talk about the other Korean game of the evening. It was Rogue versus Damwon. Damwon now sits atop their group at 2-0. There's thoughts here because the draft for me was really interesting, seeing out of Damwon the willingness to go for something like the Lulu up there in the top.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about Zilean before. This is a similar idea where it's like, oh, you know, let's try to counter Finn, which a lot of the casters have mentioned seems to be the weak point of the team. But Nuguri can play anything. Something that is very common amongst these top teams, especially Damwon, is that their champion pools are insanely large. They can play pretty much anything at the drop of a hat. And Nuguri's like, okay, you want me to play Gale? I can play Lulu. Sure, let's do it. And it ended up being a really great lane for him. But obviously, I think the highlight of this one is Canyon just, I mean, he's all over the jungle. He just made Inspired look a little bit not very inspiring this time around. And it's just something that Canyon does in and out, not only here at Worlds, but also at LCK. This guy has been slowly becoming a huge juggernaut in the jungle and is insanely good.
Let's jump in, and Kobe, I want to hear your thoughts on the race.
Yeah, I mean, surely this is the evolution of Damwon from like last year, right? It's the fact that Canyon has been able to elevate his game so much because they've had very consistent solo lanes last time around. While comes in, he plays such a Showmaker for me was one of the most impressive players in the world last year, and he's still showing that great form stuff. But the fact that Canyon is now using that pressure of his top lane, and as Coach keeps mentioning, and we're going to keep saying it, like jungling is a team game, and in jungle you are the beneficiary of a lot of the plays that your solo lane is spectacular will set up. But Canyon is taking it to a whole new level at the moment with how he is able to actually take over these games.
Exactly. I mean, it is a team game, and yet sometimes you need to take matters in your own hands. I'm tired of seeing a Graves pick cycle their own jungle camps over and over. You watch the Super Server games leading up to Worlds. Graves, you hit a knight into a Hecarim. That Hecarim has no place, even in his own jungle. And Canyon does not hesitate. Boom, he's immediately invading in there. You go red buff right into the enemy jungle. That's what Graves or Kindred will want to do to try to use their team's advantage in this champion. Does that really on. And then he doesn't let up. So it's a symbiotic relationship with those powerful lane matchups that you're also trying to
Jay!
To really stamp your authority over it. I just thought that was what you want to see from those types of picks. And then the Lulu thing, I absolutely fell in love because it's kind of the reverse of that, where you're like, you know what? Other times, I don't have to, be the star of the show. I don't have to be, Fiora or something up here stomping. I will pick a Nidalee to stuff the only possible, hard engage from the, or I'll pick a Lulu to stuff the hard engage from the Hecarim.
跟住想打黑龍啦，先
出咗條啫。
You on that point, Valdez, because that I think is one of the things that continually impresses me about the LCK as a region. There seems to be, especially at these international tournaments, a little bit a lack of hubris. Where in other regions, or maybe for some other teams, they can get in the way. The LCK, we know, as you mentioned, that Nuguri can play. Very much could have said, hey, give me a meal and let me just try and play my carry. But instead, the humility to jump on.
Oh shit！ 係啩？係啊。上翻10蚊啦。嗱，我睇完就瞓㗎啦。8點堂，8般啊，唔係8點。有時你幫我瞓，你幫我瞓我就唔瞓，你幫我瞓我就唔瞓 ，OK？ Big the deal.
A great point about Curious champion pool. The guy's played like 21 champions so far, and he that was just an LCK over. So it's a lot of these players just play whatever is necessary. I do want to talk about Dalmon looking forward. It was mentioned that this is considered one of the tournament's favorites. They are the win over JD Gaming in the group, and so that does paint a pretty picture for them moving forward. But what is, in your opinion, about this that makes this team such a threat in this tournament? Well, I just think that, like Spawn was saying, the evolution of Dalmon. They used to have really strong solo laners, but outside of that, at the time, he wasn't really performing that well. Beryl wasn't really a carry. He kind of redefined himself and became this insane roaming support that you see nowadays in the sense of Blue Mountain. Maybe he even took inspiration from we had the mid-season tournament over there, actually between China and Korea got smashed. Like, it was not very close. We had a China-China final. And after that happened, I think all the Korea teams just looked at each other and were like, well, I guess we gotta redefine our play. And Dalmon was the one who actually did it the best. Whereas maybe a team like T1 didn't do it as well because they sort of were rigid in terms of their play style. So Dalmon was like, okay, we're gonna get super aggressive. Beryl mentioned how he was playing like 16 hours a day, insane amounts of practice just to get to the place.
哇！未試過30分鐘齊裝黐線。
A juggernaut kind of overnight, or rather over the break, right between spring and summer, and Canyon became literally the best jungler in the LCK over the break. Beryl became top 2, if not the best. I mean,
開心 carry 了一場，嘿嘿。
really built a role that they needed, which was kind of a role player on the team. He never died, and it turned out
跳唔到嘅，屌你老味！
was being smashed by the top side of the map rather. So it's a lot of different things, but really just everybody came together and are doing their part really well. Like Showmaker mentioned in the interview after the victory, he's like, you know, there's not really one of us who's carrying the team. It's all 5 of us can show up on any day. And it's really true. I mean, we haven't even seen yet in a couple of the matches that we've seen from them, like a Showmaker hard carry or a Nuguri solo carry performance. So far, it's been team sport, so it will require a team as well, sync as the final thing I want to get your thoughts on about that is that top versus DRX matchup tomorrow. Do you think DRX can take it, or do you think it goes to top and LCK takes it over?
Art should terrify. Center stage. Through my work, you shall transcend. I'm going to be
An ally has been slain.
Everyone wears a mask. I just chose to create my own.
Ally has been slain.
My genius will be understood. I serve a discerning client. I bloom like a flower in the dawn. I am at my best only during the performance. My clients expect the best.
Dun 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 dun. 哇！屌你老味！笑撚有啊喂！唔知咩濕鳩 announcement 未睇咧啊？當佬係唔識招啊？喂！仆撚咗！我靚女，幫我開個門得唔得啊？有手查。打反應喎！啱先中得滯啊嘛！啱先中得滯啊！冇着褲啊，因為費整污糟張凳。冇着褲啊！冇着褲。未喎，唉係喎，唔記得問我就搞佢先而家，爭啲唔緊要嘅。山靜。
There is nothing for me like this.
Đâu vậy? Cá chả
Ủa,點解你有隻機嘅？點解你我叻就見到你醫咧，我係要去新用
I must wait until the composition is perfect. Until they stop me, I will keep going. There is only waiting.
Double kill.
only that gun funds that I am blind.
幾多歲人啊，老豆？23歲啊！我踢到2點上，我浪費幾時間？你呢個嘅天下你哋
Shut the fuck up！
太好聽啦，啪啪聲。
速射火焰彈幾有趣。
我玩啊你哋 ，hello。
你要咯，要咪玩咯。in fight 先有得玩嘅。村長幾時揾隻黑龍啊？村長。
遲啲啦。
我想睇你點樣 trigger 啊！快啲去 trigger 下。嗱，煲已經 trigger 咗啦，燒河都 trigger 埋啊！你幾時 trigger 啊？
我打完啦。
黑龍喎。
係啊。龍貓。
你幾時去咗 trigger 啊？幾時嘅事？
前幾日啦。
咁勁嘅咩？乜原來而家咁 trigger 成點啊？
我淨係打完嗰個特別任務啫嘛。
咩啊？特別任務黃黑龍啫嘛，唔係咩？
唔係啊，黑龍嗰度黑龍都有特別任務㗎，唔係咩？
唔係啊，但係黑龍你打贏咗咩？嚇？What the fuck？你打贏咗黑龍咩乜？係咯。唔係咁，你係打到邊個位？打到隊友死撚咗啦。
唔記得啦。
要打到
佢死，佢冇死到，佢冧咗咯。
即係打到佢冧咗啦，即係打到佢死人咗。哦，竟然咁成功打到佢冧咗，你用咩打嘅你？
就咁用錘打，冇死過喎。
Oh my god! Arden, you're so good.
唔係喎，有冇死過咧？好似死咗一次，好似係。
How come？點解咁勁嘅先嘅？
我自己打嘅啫喎。嗰個唔係，咁佢淨係打30% 血啫嘛，唔係咩？
所以咪話你幾時咁勁嘅咯
？30% 血啫喎。
吓？30% 血啫喎。吓？
飲啊！
人貓。
飲。
即係都要。
咁佢幫我集粉啊嘛，咁我幾舒服啊，唔係咩？
然後你就開心着住啲衣裝喺度上車軟化㗎嘛？
唔係啊，我打佢隻腳，根本上唔到佢頭，好麻煩，好難上到佢頭。次撚次都撥起咗個頭，都唔知點上。
呀啦，是得幾多 ？Fokista。
依家係呢個邊個嚟㗎 ？AGEM。
點知？知啦。
What? Who?
Arden who?
呢個係 AGEM。嚇！
唉，村長咁勁嘅咩？村長原來。
What?
Arden is so good 啊
！How come？
真 ，you are so good。
村長。
唉。
AGM 係邊個啊？請問？
去個廁所先。
而家冇人答我嘅，哭撚咗。
邊個啊
？AGEM 啊，其實 Percy 咪標咗我。
邊度有 AG？
我覺得 Percy 係標咗我啦。
邊度有 AGEM 啊？
我哋個組隊入邊。
哦。 LL。
頂條撚樣瞄咗我咯。我乜都冇講過就俾人瞄咗，哭撚咗。你哋叫佢人瞄錯。
No。
係咪因為啱啱你拍啊？
係咩？
邊個啊？
我覺得係。
瞄射咪瞄出嚟嘅。
邊個啊？
啱啊，瞄射你咪瞄出。
所以嗰條友係乜水咧？
我都想知啊。
所以你話打嚟打？
邊個啊？
你話打嚟打？
打嚟打？定係我哋推咗佢啊？Oh, do we go away?
你話這邊嗎？
這裡不慢，這裡不慢。我選 Richard 喺度喎，係咪啊？喂 Richard。Switch。
打緊 FIFA。
哦。
Where is Switch？
咁停咗佢過嚟打 LL 咯。
你等多10分鐘5分。
要等10分鐘啊？咁你唔好打 LL 啦你。
10分鐘。
咁我唔打 LL。反正我今日都打咗10幾場。
哦，好啊。
喂，你哋 by the way，你哋個神預測咧買我對家就啱噶啦，我全部失敗。
我一次冇買過，但係個問題我冇買過。
唔係買
失敗咗一次，我失敗咗一次。
打都冇打過。我
失敗2次喎，嗰時你失敗嘅，你今日點樣呀？
唔係因為我冇撳到，所以失敗晒咯。easy。
我第一場投一死人馬。
哇！有徵球啊，正！
跟住輸撚咗。
可唔可以叫 Press 人瞄錯？唔該你。
跟住最後尾投個 Fnatic 啊，跟住我又失敗咗，屌你老味！
喂，我問你邊個係 AGEM， 跟住問咗幾次都唔答。
我媽都唔喺度。
你喺度嘅喎，我聽到你個咪喎。
係。度啊嘛 ，AGEM 咪 Harry 咯。
吓？
唔係我，你錯。
唔係。
乜嘢啊？
唔係 Harry 咯，係 Harry 咯。
係啦。係勁啲版本嘅。
做乜？你退晒我就分。
咩啊？但係4條友點玩啊？佢又唔喺度。
要到個咯，佢沖涼因為啱啱佢話去沖
涼。要我。
啊，咁跟住啦，Laughing，我哋起。你想點打？揀想點打 ？How do you guys wanna play？
嗰時今日成功咗幾多個，失敗咗幾多個啊？
咪成功咗4個。
同我一樣啫，即係我哋都係跟個網點，所以都係輸撚咗頭同尾嗰場。好撚咗！聽日未點喎，點埋先。
地神 LGD 中咗。
啱啊 ！LGD 中咗。
LGD 中咗。哦，啱啊。
仲冇費？
連預測都懶得預測。
啊！
啲台灣隊錯撚晒，哭撚。
台灣都係咁啦。
垃圾台灣。
我的獨角獸諗啊！唉，頂你個肺又俾佢過到翻。
依家諗住咁打？
唔知啊。
仲有冇人啊
？OK 咯，咪咁打咯。
哦，咁樣打我就換將啦。
唔得啊！你哋打啦，我同我女朋友玩，好撚嘅。
我屌，咁你戇鳩咁唔打 ranking 咪可以咯？屌。
咩有拉緊㗎嘛？同埋都
我唔玩啦，唔得閒啊。
屌戇鳩嘅
你。Me not free now。
Reason 3落嚟。
點樣啊？即
係唔使玩咯。
即係唔使玩咯。啱啊！即係唔使玩咯。This is correct。
即係 NG 啊？
即係唔使玩啊
！NG 都冇得玩啊！
唔齊啊！太多人啊！我唔玩咯，你哋玩咯。
唔係啊！你玩咪 NG 唔排咯？點樣問題？
我食飯。
NG 定 ranking 先？依家想點啊？講嘢。
我食飯。
機啊！
我想食。我去食飯。係咯。
點解要咁玩呢？點解唔夠直？睇唔透個作用，真心。呢套裝完全冇佢存在嘅作用。
Shut up！
佢係機嘅得出呢個結論。
啱啊！喂，一睇你就知俾人痛菊花啲聲。
哇！頂你個肺！
好嘢 delay 咗 deadline， 開心。
黃膠點會咁俾啊？
啱啊，有啲唔合情理。
超勁！
喂，what the fuck？
Richard 幾時教我打 FIFA？
我 FIFA 而家出咗未？
我知啊 ，Richard 幾時教你打 FIFA？
出咗啦，冇人會買嘅，哭咗。留名。
哦，自 source，oh my god！
了解嘅，呢個係
留個名，呢個係。
哇！屌你啲垃圾 engine，oh my god！
校光都係咪瞓咗覺啦？
點知佢？應該未嘅。
唔叫佢上線嘅，踢佢先。
做咩追債？
唔係啊。
Not for marking 咁唔做咯，開心。咦，冇嘢做。
超勁。
Yeah boy，easy boy。
應該 WhatsApp 問佢先啊，唔係喺度問。
打電話。
多咗。
Oh my god！自 source。
人生咪冇希望，前路白茫茫。哇！呢個 ID 有東西。
Richard 幾時出書
啊？
咩書啊？
蔡語錄。
林茂。
Logitech ，Logitech
Logitech G923。
哇！呢個精神呢個 True Force System
垃圾嚟㗎。
啊！佢哋唔係話玩 FM。
嚇係啩？唔知喎，冇人上水。
MG 計
一路都玩緊 FM。離身。
OK。做乜鳩啊？
哇！死去！
蝕出。要係玩就快啦，咪打機啊你啦。唉。
黐把啲團。
Fucking gay shit 啊！
嗰時得未啊
？Benz 嘅電動車。電動輪椅啊！
係咪嗰架咩 EQC？
係啊。
Oof。
嘿嘿。
先要上市啦，見唔到你相。
唔知你哋想點玩啊，大佬又唔講，哭撚咗，等我。
ranking 咯。點
樣 NG 定咩啊？嚇
？ranking 咯。
哇！屌
！ranking 幾多個啊
？5個啦。
咩啊？5個邊5個？
你啱啱又話你要陪女咧，所以唔使陪女啊。Genius。 我說 App Blocker 點解而家好似唔 work 咁樣？
喂，4區嘅原來 ，Oh my god！
OK。
哇，4區爽啊！
唉，仆街啊！唉，
真係一個話説。
唔撚使玩啦喂！
最尾20等。
邊幾個喺入邊啊？
爭你啊！你上嚟啦，垃圾！你上嚟就係㗎啦，最後就係你。最後一個就係你。You are the final piece of puzzle 啊！You are the 啊 ！Carry me please 啊！Carry me please. Carry me with your useless GP please.
Wow.
4000 CC， 哇！有點東西㗎。
咁大 CC。
我係要爭局㗎啦，睇個樣。
你可以上路。
我要上路有咩用啫？
我呢個進咗咁啊，好撚咗啊！
唔係啊，可以一齊打㗎都。
係可以一齊打，好似冇乜分別算咯。
張白金，
算咪把撚咯。
白金係最靚嘅框。
係。
係。
我覺得鐵框靚啲。
鐵框
啱啊！點睇對鐵框靚啲？
點睇都係鐵框住。
我會開個身像落去嘅。
6個咯。
Fuck you！
CYC 嗰隻好撚廢啊 ！CYC 嗰隻好廢啊！
好廢啊！
給我大家出價的。
喂，點樣啊？3個 GG 啊，好啊 ，Let's go。
Oh shit！
咁咪得咯。
唔係，
係要 JG 定係要中路？
波 JG。
唉，好啦，我哋全部。
波 J。
佢唔係中路好啲咩？
係就開波啦。我都唔知，我揀 JG 咁佢。喂。
哇！黐撚線。
兩個 JG 好。你 bra 乜啫？
啲高階坦咧都要 spam 高 bra。
哇 ！First pick 中路，請問呢個世界需要啲咩啊？請問我要玩啲咩啊？所以 what do I need to pay 啊？
唔知。
What do I need to pay？ 我要俾幾錢？請問 ？How much do I need to pay to win？ Pay to win！ 哇！中路 Nunu 咁高勝率嘅 what？
好啊！
我都係想 ban 蘇怡。
唉，5% 啊，點追啊？
又話佢 JG 嘅又要滅。
中路嚟喎。
咁所以玩咩 JG 好？Ivan 最高勝率喎，by the way村長。
我可以玩嘅。
冇啊！
呢個 com 我係可以，我絕對可以玩 Ivan 嘅。
我只不過話 Ivan 最高勝率啫。話說上路人馬都好高勝率咯。
其實我同你哋玩 Ivan 咧未輸過，所以我唔想喺度輸。
嚇會輸咩？係咪先？
喂，點解你上到哋 GG 啊？
理想人馬係兩隻都打得嘅，放心。呢個就點解揀人馬嘅原因。
你覺得落得嚟點啊？你覺得落得嚟點啊？
我唔知喎，對於我差唔多好似。
你歡啦。
來得嚟有幾難散到嘢啫。
你歡啊！
你想玩 JG 你咪撳咯，你唔想玩你咪去上路咯。
咁我fuck。
睇嚟而家係你個人選擇，睇你想唔想玩。不過你玩 JG 咪可以保死中路。
我就係唔知佢中路想玩咩咯。
唉，你自己諗啦。
咦
？OK， 咁我 JG 啊。唔係，其實我哋又係兩個都 JG 得嘅。喂。
Camille 就麻麻地啦。
差啲啊。
Camille 咩啦
？Camille 難啲喎咪。
又打路上哭撚咗。哎呀！煩唔煩啲啊？
路上不嬲都戇鳩。
咁多路上上路嘅呢排。
路上不嬲都戇鳩噶啦。
越嚟越多喎，稱此風不可長。總之玩魔鬥啦，唔係喎，我打神好 OK。隻神哇打唔贏神喎，仆街！
人馬打用人馬打神，哇！屌我哋節目啦，入邊傳 AD call 嘅，what the fuck？ 咁
佢玩劫啊嘛，咁 Harry 就喂，你知 Harry 會玩劫噶啦，係咪？
真啊！佢除咗玩劫，仲識玩啲咩
？Harry 成日識玩咩劫、理性、西洋西嗰啲噶啦。
真，佢仲識玩咩呢個垃圾？你講呢個垃圾仲識玩啲咩？冇
垃圾 Harry，
即係識玩劫 ，Harry 真係垃圾，係 fucking piece of shit 咯 ，I tell you， 係咪先？連 skin 都冇，連 skin 都冇嘅 trash，I tell you。He doesn't even have skin。
我發覺放啲屁好臭 ，Oh my god！
試下打佢 You No Skin。
渣㗎，渣咁渣㗎。
QE 真心。
點解咁撚渣？我準備食飯執下相嘅。
Oh shit！
唉，
人哋驚個 face。
做乜嘢噃？
我俾人爆屎忽。
你成日都俾人爆屎忽，梗唔使咁驚訝。
我哋係紅。
我哋唔需要知道咯，所以你唔好叫出嚟。
OK。開咩啦？開紅啊！因為驚所以開紅啊！因為驚所以開紅正唔正常？
正常。驚就應該打。
唉，頂你個！
頭先。
30 seconds until minions spawn.
仆街啦！仆街啦！
到喎喂，
冇可以點啫？佢跑得咁快，你都要寫，雖然真係閃現嘅。我冇閃現冇辦法，仲要點樣醫起手？冇啊，你走啦！你啱啱嗰個應該直走，嗰個球救你。點解唔閃啊？閃現 Percy 救到你。打唔打？
我哋輸仲喺度好開心啊！喺屋企踎緊。
係。
做嘅。
治癒咗擺到嘅。喂，試下拉下，其實 OK 喎。呢個位其實啲兵抵打嘅喎。拉多啲。
我哋存在幾撚開心啊！
喂 ，Percy。係。嗰個。
多謝你先。
嗰個及字點樣打㗎？
咩啊？
嗰個及字點樣打㗎
？NE。
你睇先，呢陣已經喺上路幾正。
嚇？冇喎。
NE 喎。
唔係，羽及不及啊？
咩啊？打先，邊個羽啊？邊個及啊？
打飛咗。
及係點樣講咧？以及不及啦。
唔係，屌 ，NE 咯。NE 啦 ，NE 1啊嘛。
係 Harry 要肥啊。
點會唔係啊 ？NE 喎。
都好肥啊！
哎屌，我打撚到拼音仆街。塑膠。
哇！
唔該你。
NE 1。
你。
謝你啊，做俾你。
呢啲冇死過已經係。
We are living in a twilight world 啊！
我唔知下一句係點嘅，我已經唔記得咗。
好開心啊 ，Harry！你為一個
開心啊！
141
開心。冇辦法啦，我哋個 smart board。
後面仲未有人。
冇啊，佢唔得閒㗎啦，佢都得。
Only in the moment.
We truly live in a society。
你幫我行前少少。
你打埋 B。我哋嘅村長去咗邊啊？
我唔知喎，佢要死啦佢。拜拜。一隻。好。
冇 E， 你有 E 4唔去 high P。
I want to feel everything. The ground makes it, so I do.
做咩到個8蚊雞都要我 pay me 佢做乜鳩
？8蚊雞好貴㗎，陣間你8蚊雞我話唔使，你又話我 reach 㗎啦，梗係叫你 pay me 我啦。妖臭雞！
What sweet sadness.
8蚊雞幾時8蚊雞？
睇佢真眼喺度先咯。
8蚊的士。
8蚊搭的士。
打唔打下咯？
睇你。冇啦，冇視野啊，完全。
咁算啦，拜拜。
頭先係真眼啊，頭先去拆咗先去打。
拜拜啦，村長，再見啦，加油啦！
An ally has been slain.
Art must exist beyond.
去啊！我想啲。
加緊。
哇靚啊！
屌戇鳩對電腦都中意用3。黐撚線！
喂 ，Harry。
見到啊！大嚿唔到佢。
There is nothing for me but this.
打到啊唔係咩？
冇食冰？冇食冰？哦，你追唔到我，有冇鞋？冇鞋，佢追我唔到。OK， 冇所謂。
An ally has been slain.
得啦，換到。
An enemy has been slain.
I provide catharsis for my clients and my victims. This passion has me. There is art here.
咩叫？
Peaceful death.
哇！佢老味啱啱話，揾一，哇！
換兩隻底。
呢個下，我真好撚嘅。
冇喎，呢個位救唔到。我可以幫你清下冰嘅都係，即係唔可以食3時，即係唔打得啦。
OK， 喂，當咗支箭，當咗支槍佢撲過嚟又冇咗啲，
好驚冇咗條龍添，其實唔知點解。
阿張古死咗啦。
唔係攞得嚟死咗，
The gun is ironic.
死咗啦，
啱啱第一個死嘅佢啊，老
打得龍其實。
哦，斯尼卡馬等人想知咩？
係咯，佢死咗可以打龍，開心打，爽打。
因為真係擺咗呢個位。
因為條龍先開咗。
聽俾粒我。
仲係141開心龍嘢怪，開心。
They will sing. They will die.
後啲嚟。
哦，佢要急住推。
Ah! Each bullet will be a dance. Word shall transcend.
靚，打得贏啊！緊要好啦，不見。有痛的。
I like a violent competition. When they find you，
你嗰下應該佢啱中咯，要唔要黐住佢？
唔係啊，我俾佢掃開咗，我 Q 唔到佢。
睇住要 dive 你，掉咗過去啦。
This art is a compulsion.
行快！屌你老味，點行快啊！
我要冇難 buff 咯，因為咁，算啦，食咗個 buff。
跟住平時又自己衝，你又衝，做乜嘢？啊，直接又唔好。
估到啦，搶咗我啦。
The end is important in all things. My talent justifies all actions.
我打唔打得贏？都唔識走，太開心。多謝我。
真啊！唉。
I have risen from the filthy mire. I am the boss person. I am beauty.
Shut down. Killing spree.
Oh god.
This is my love. Let's start the show. Breathe in the atmosphere. This is my calling.
An enemy has been slain.
再休息休息。
Turret plate will fall soon.
天蓝水。
都會有
開始
少位。
打其實冇病，打靚。
點解？
一個位會有視野，我唔明嗰度分。
啊屌！
打齊到。
我爭晒。村長啦，而家村長好勁，唉，屌我，攻破一次，嬲。唉，密防、魔防，唉，好似魔防緊要啲啊，魔防緊要啲感覺。
No poet's words could match my
哇！真係哭撚咗睇到。
我都哭啊！邊個唔識？
Every element must
咁都唔得。
My critics are usually short-lived.
雖然西環佢都開喎，佢出呢個。
Bliss comes only in the moment.
我想知內德勒喺邊嘅。
兩個呢度有。
咁插隻眼咯。 有眼嗎？喂，打緊啦！
打緊。哦，打緊走啊！喂，個位靚唔靚？
我知。我知收塔咯。喺度做乜鳩？
你得嚟出金人先。
Perfection isn't good enough.
閃影，我都係閃影。
B 啊，
揾唔到。啊屌，係喎，唔記得咗有陳大忌添。哦係，唔記得咗有陳大忌啲人咁戇鳩咁無恥嘅東西。啊！佢一有大忌之後，即係戇鳩咗戇。唉，戇鳩嗰個大忌。
咩黐筋？
但點解佢有大忌，佢唔救隻咩咧？拜拜啊，村長！ 開大啦，去拉嘅時候開大，我冇大，大啦先。咁再見。大約啦。
Rampage.
Certain. It doesn't have to be.
拜，我到。
我出3隻，俾3隻之後。我試咗7次啊，by the way。哈哈哈哈。
睇過4次，你而家係233嘅。
係啊，如果唔係一開始嘅話，而家233。睇住佢哋好想隊啦。打唔打？算啦，我問打唔打啫。
打啦，上面2個。哇！你真係插到啊！
線多咗出嚟，呢個真係唔處理呢個。
想打呢條龍。
打。
點啊？向咗走嚟走我哋。
得跟下快啲打。得佢。
要手下要。
我要去救我哋中路。
你去中先。
好，多謝。多謝。
哦，屌，後面咁樣多人。
好多人。哇！你做乜走啊
？What the fuck？ 嚇！嗰下仲有咩嘅咩？我以為嗰下完咗咯，好冇 GG， 跟住之後 G 神奇仲喺度咯。
哇！真係 struck 好少咯。
嗰時你應該要殺晒，呢個位差少少。你仆街！
佢俾佢吉佢就死喎都係。
Actually 人多錢得。得啦，
哇屌！一撚死咗，就係雷神吉嘅，係呢個殺死咗我。
A summoner has reconnected.
收穩咗，太酷啊！
我俾人反應翻成個弱智仔咁喎 ，to be honest。
你一開始有4次。
咁點啫？一開始唔通唔打咩？我行上去咁你哋
打咩用？
屌，你哋個個企喺度，咁我入定唔入啊？
唔係，一開始你睇到你。最尾係1-6啊！
嗰個1仲係我嘅。
係啊，最尾係1-6啊！
然後我仲有啲而家啲野怪喺度俾村長搶到不要不要咁住，唉，rip me 啊！唉，算啦，算啦，我快啲彈起嚟算，我需要快啲彈，我覺得。我需要錢。
When I shoot, they dance.
已經20分鐘，而家先發現。
哎呀，香啊！屌你！
睇住側邊有出嚟新。
佢擋咗。
出嚟真入㗎，但冇神啊有眼嘅。你睇下成地圖而家，我一隻野怪都冇得打喎。
I bring both.
走啊走啊走啊！意思好大。
需要點打咧？我哋嘅村長喺上面。
Each bullet is a
我打到隻字。等劫喺個無限單足咯。
劫肥啦嘛。
手中咯。
要眼啊，巴龍。手中打巴龍好。雖然我相信佢哋唔係打巴龍嘅，跟住巴龍眼冇眼。
A 啊，快啲啊！
咩嚟
？fuck！
插眼啊嘛。
咁你係佢就唔好企啱啱，早啲去啦。
1分鐘。你想去秒喎？唉，屌，完全出唔撚到去。
個個都秒到你㗎啦。
It's so difficult to work under these conditions.
Oh.
唉，村長唔開大，你開大咪殺得到。OK， 我真係需要佢開大幫我擋一擋啲人。
開咗。
啱啱開嘅話，其實啱啱開一落得嚟嘅話，即刻殺晒咯。我驚條仔冇人死咯，傷心。村長去。
佢整翻翻嚟佢揾病驚。
係啊係啊。做啦個，有冇人去龍？
我想去啊！劫已經做。
Is a piece of my soul. Each shot is a piece of me.
啊，難都冇辦 ，yes。我真係臭雞嚟喎，乜都冇喎，救命！
喂，
No money, no money, buy.
That delightful moment before the curtain goes up. 'The world is cruel. It doesn't have to be ugly.
得啦，巴龍有反眼，做得好穩住。呢隻眼係測最靚嘅一隻眼，明唔
嚟，同埋個廁所。喂！
佢哋唔打，你唔好過去啊！住你過咗去，你死得仲快。過你，退。哦，費事你哋打唔打？所以呢位打唔打到問題係咯，所以咪話打唔打到？
黐埋一齊先。
Shall transcend.
我哋個紅筆都唔好過分吧？
拎個紅。
點解紅筆跟撚住？
If I get this outfit dirty, I'm going to be so.
插翻隻眼先啦，冇眼啦。
唔得，我得陷阱嘅。
唉，翻去啦！你冇眼就快啲翻屋企插埋眼，好眼咯。
唔係你開咩頭先話想？
唔係咁啱啱嗰日開完冇屋，啲人走晒啦。
知。
呢就係 support， 如果佢已經唔係開緊。
翻先，你住係。
哦。 表面少少嘅。
B 晒冇計。
冇啊！慢慢做啊，慢慢做。
對面要打巴龍，跟住巴龍眼，你好可能
做呢樣先啊！
有冇掃眼？開掃眼，跟眼插呢度或者。
慢慢做眼啊嘛，我唔急。
差唔多未？
差唔多啦。
Oh fuck！哦，唔夠啦先。唉，RIP。冇辦法，要攞隻眼冇眼。唉，冇眼可以點啊？真係應該要藍眼算，我連紅眼都唔用咯。我要紅眼有咩
用？我金人仔啊！
冇用，對面啲魔箱已經噼噼啪啪啦，冇 NG 你呢個位你就仆街啊！3打㗎啦，我5打。真係我係彈咩？我係彈半秒都彈唔到，咁虧。
哇！用撚咗，耶！
冇由一開始就已經輸一半。等先，2件大裝，邊個？冇一個係近，對面個個都咁多人。隻劫啲重置得好好啦，已經叫做差唔多嘅，但係做唔到更多。等埋先，等半秒啊！唔好入去住啦。其實可以去嘅，準備行。唉，RIP RIP in pepperonis 啊！唉，點讚？
唉，我拎咗機嘅，我打緊住。
唉，好啦，完。What the fuck？哦，係喎 ，BO 嚟喎。哦，輸咗 BO 啦，咁就 yes。
我屌認真咩
？Oh my god！咁樣輸有啲伏添。
啊？要唔要畫㗎啦？
唉，好啦，算啦，唔玩。
玩唔到啦，而且等村長上翻線先啦。
花汪個 team 啊！
跟住一開始 commit 得太多，我覺得。
冇俾人塞住喺嗰度，你又唔係唔打，咁你嚟打咁呢次打又唔
係佢哋都未嚟到，基本根本
咁然後我哋又要5打4，
唔係咯，係一開始我同你咯，跟住逐個送咯。
真啊，5打4之後點打人？救命！
都唔應該打。跟住個個 trigger 晒。 打完冇人勁嘅個 trigger，
打完咩話？
打完冇人勁咗個 trigger 晒。
嚇 trigger？
你話 Harry， 你話村長，你咪 trigger 咗？
仆撚啊！去收間先嗰陣。
G2 贏就正常啦。G2 嘅新 Team Liquid 廢啦。哇！
啊！What? How come?
唉 ，bruh
哇！好撚慘睇 PSG 睇落。
冇希望㗎啦。
對 Damon， 然之後個賠率係1-10。
哇！超孖筋，
仆撚咗。啊！屌！仆撚咗 ！Oh my god！ 我同你講 ，Unicorns of Love 贏硬。
哇！
Top Quest 對 Unicorn of Love 邊隊廢啲嘅？好似 Unicorn of Love 係廢啲嘅。咁我睇下先。不該，不該，不該，不該。
这个 嗱。 哇！單出單入。
喂，隻熊話好掛住你喎，阿牛。
你係我所以唔翻去。
我來一個。
我頂你個肺人，冇人及佢啊！屌！
Are you winning, son? Oh my god！ 呢個睇完一次，我要再睇多次。既然揾得翻出嚟，就鋪翻上嚟啦。嗰時就 cap 咗圖冇鋪條片上嚟，係咪先？I mean, if you're homeless, then you buy a home. Then you buy a home.
Where?
Just if you're homeless, just buy a house.
What?
Wow! Oh my god! 200 IQ 咯，我講。Smart boy. 明天間表計有更新都唔使瞓 ，break。哇！笑開咗，哭撚咗，冇人翻工。
唉，仆街死咯！
大佬好少會翻工嘅啫，佢好少會落鋪頭。但係今個月冇人報更，要把單會死撚晒。好煩！唉，攞個碗落去先。
哇 fuck！
唉 ，Just buy a house. Why don't you buy a house? Big brain. TikTok for soul. Homeless worldwide. 點解我哋咁易擺橋？我唔明喎。即係同林鄭話點解便利店冇廁屎賣一樣。
其實我都唔知佢係增加定減價。
我琴日搬咗入去，跟住發現冇廁紙。
應該邊店？
跟住我去咗對面便利店，我發現咗原來便利店係冇廁紙賣嘅。佢仲笑住講添，我真係笑撚咗。你不如去酒吧問下有冇可樂買？
可能有喎，其實。
可能有。
酒吧一定有啊，其實。
一定有。
其實有啊，啱啊。係添。但係唔會想買一罐可樂俾你啊？
咩一罐可樂成為你40蚊
？40蚊一罐可樂，正。
好抵啊，唔係咩？
冬瓜買咯。
超抵啊！嚟講。呢個做乜整孖仔 GMG 計？
唔知。
佢有啲咩問題？發生咩事？ Yeet.
Ah, shit.
Sân nhâm bộ.
Làm bao. Outcome. What? What the frick?
Swear. Ah, shit.
Okay. Baby boy. Mùi dưa.
夢ならばどれほど良かったでしょう。未だにあなたのことを夢に見る。忘れたものを取りに帰るように古びた思い出の誇りを払う。戻らない幸せがあることを最後にあなたが教えてくれた。言えずに隠してた暗い過去もあなたがいなきゃ永遠に暗いまま。きっとこれ以上傷つくことなどありはしないと分かっている。あの日の悲しみさえあの日の苦しみさえその全てを愛してたあなたと共に胸に残り離れない苦いレモンの匂い。雨が降り止むまでは帰れない。今でもあなたは私の光。暗闇であなたの背をなぞったその輪郭を鮮明に覚えている。受け止めきれないものと出会うたび溢れてやまないのは涙だけ。何をしていたの何を見て
ていったの私の知らない横顔でどこかであなたが今私と同じような涙に触れ寂しさの中にいるなら私のことなどどうか忘れてくださいそんなこと心から願うほどに今でもあなたは私の光自分が思うより恋をしていたあなたに誰から思うように息ができないあんなにそばにいたのにまるで嘘みたいとても忘れられないそれだけが確かあの日の悲しみさえあの日の苦しみさえその全てを愛してたあなたと共に胸に残り離れない苦いはものにおい雨が降り止むまでは帰れない切り分けた果実の片方のように今でもあなたは私の光
冇諗過。邊個走咗啊？Donald啊？係嘛？ 冇似非洲兒童平時冇肉食，而家有得食。見都係見。 Ừ. Çünkü牛不都得眼皮啦 ！Stupid! You're so hell. Ai. 做乜嘢？咩話？做乜鳩？ 哦。 邊個走咗啊又？B 哥，B 哥走咗。 阿夫都整埋。机会无限。 21 對不起。做乜㗎？唉，做乜嘢啊？做乜嘢啊？有啊，我得人俾啊！出球，家陣啊！做咩啊？聽到啊？做乜嘢？有啊，做乜嘢啊？係啊。吓？即係點啊？ 哦，我都唔急，見未？要做緊啊，等陣先啦。哇！做乜嘢？彈出彈入。冇喎。有啊有啊有啊。有啊有啊有啊。冇喎，做咩啊？我仲未寫呢，你打俾我嘅時候。 唔識啊識，不過唔係好破嗰隻咯。OK 完啊！主要唔會啲咩花式嗰啲咯，識溜冰咯，但係唔識花式咯。咁勁得唔得㗎？做咩咁問啊？不，無啦啦想溜冰做乜鳩啊你？冇啊！但你出嚟做咩先？屌你喺度諗，出嚟做啲咩嘛嗰個？幾多錢啊？100零蚊嗰啲啊？獨木舟啊，50鬆蚊，跟住咧有冇其他嘢玩啊？但係 B 哥唔係話佢冇錢，你唔識游水嘅咩？有救生衣都救唔到佢，我屌！如果哦，但係環山游水黐人線，係咪？所以你過嚟呢度自閉。係啊，唔通點啊？知啊，做咩啊？知啊，跟住咧，咁咪買咯。 係我而家俾你啦，而家。冇喎，冇喎，都冇，我都有嘅有啦。啊哈！做咩屌 Richard 要問你借錢呢？佢自己唔係有錢嘅咩？佢自己唔係有錢咩？係啊，因為有貓砂。冇啊，我話係因為有貓砂。唔係因為嘢可以刮啊嘛，咁隻貓就知道嗰啲嘢刮咧係用屙屎。你一開波你點知屙屎？肯定唔係。啊！係啊。佢識㗎啦，佢識㗎。應該係啩？因為有嘢刮啦都話。留味咯，屙尿咯，第啲地方屙尿留味咯。如果佢即係太驚，即係如果個位太陌生嘅話。喂，但係點解我偏偏唔可以過翻咗去我隻銀行嘅？unlink 即係 unlink 個銀行啊？但係信用卡唔會，等陣啊！信用卡唔會收費咩？因為如果你用信用卡拎現金，佢有收費啊嘛。PayMe 唔會嘅咩？我唔係個問題係，即係如果你直接由信用卡度拎錢出嚟，佢會有收費，但係佢 PayMe 唔當㗎。 點解我唔可以轉帳至銀行㗎？撚到戇鳩嚇！轉帳去百零蚊咯。唔關事啊！屌！而家試緊，仆街啊！喂，我而家我按 link 咗之後咧，我按 link 咗，跟住再新增翻個銀行帳戶咧，佢唔俾我新增啊！即係我而家黐撚線啊！俾人用咗咯。啊，哥哥，冇撚筆喎！7887379558882啊！1、2、1。分。聽到我做咩？你而家買冇用喎。2200搞咗你搞唔掂啊！屌！唔知我都點解唔過啊？ 拜，拜拜，轉頭講，轉頭講，拜拜，差唔多啦。死！ 開咗我做咩啊？咦？喂，你等一陣，你等一陣，我快翻。咦？咦？我都見咗。哦。喂？聽到？做咩？你講？冇嘢揾啲，冇嘢。做乜嘢啊？唔係我揾緊螺絲批啊！整唔到，我而家用嗰個，我用第二個銀行戶口嚟做呢個轉賬至銀行算嘅。係咯，冇辦法，好撚戇鳩。係啊。撚嘢。唔係。咁勁得唔得㗎？點解我覺得恒生嗰啲卡嘅 design 真係好撚柒？嚇，紅白白都 OK 啊！屌 ，Enjoy 嗰張卡啫，個 Empower 真係仲柒啊！屌，喂，你可唔可以借？Enjoy 柒喎。黑色、紅色嗰張喎 ，Enjoy 卡喎。你有冇睇過嗰張咩 Empower 嗰張啊？仲柒啊 Empower！啲咁污糟。麻煩啊，大部分香港人都柒啫嘛。乜鳩啊你？滴落眼藥水先。 啊！東哥，做咩唔講嘢？冇晒聲氣。哦，打飛機嗰啲用，係咪打飛機用嗰啲啊？係啊。啊哈。唔係。香港人市儈嘅。嗯哼。所以其實英國炒股啊，但係英國係唔鼓勵炒股。嗯哼。咁點解你會冇得睇啲咁嘅片嘅？屌你識講啦！明啊！其實 BO 係火香港人啫嘛。會，我覺得會，我覺得會。 係你都要睇翻嘅，咁又唔係個個香港人去講我覺得。但係即係你講中產嗰啲咧，我好大機會咯。唔好買飛？哦，咁其實你香港都一樣㗎。係啊。咁撚癲？點解嘅？咁撚鬼我就忽點解嘅？點解嘅？其實英國嗰邊有冇人咧係唔撚拍卡㗎？搭地鐵多唔多？嚇！英國都有啲咁嘅嘢㗎，冇辦法。睇得出，即係同港島線嗰啲一鳩樣係咪？哈哈，咩咩？點撚解嘅？哦。喂，咩？你做乜嘢啊你？走。啊！唔單止係去英國㗎喎，去邊都係嘅。屌你！嗯哼。冇啊！你香港你咪去邊？你香港你去邊度都一鳩樣嘅咋？你望下日本嗰啲人，屌你！唔係即係好多去 去日本嘅香港人咧都勁緊標。唔關事啊，就算旅遊都係嘅，勁緊丟架，好撚丟架。尤其是女人啊屌！好老實講啦，我去咗台灣咁耐未聽過支缽喎，係有缽唔係有缽。啊，哈哈。你香港咧咩等做即係震多1秒鐘咧，後面人喺度揼咩啊？係啊！唉，好啊，我唔同你講啦，我瞓啦，我瞓啦。聽日雖然之後我要上堂。我星期三啊，好冇啊？因為星期三我要出嚟咯。唔係，去考試啊！政府工廈測驗，係啊。但係我今次 apply 嗰個係第2份嘅，因為之前政府疫情嘅時候話咩嘢會請嗰啲咩臨時職位啊嘛，我之前 apply 過咯，佢而家要去，都係打字，唉，好難。個臨時職位其實同 ACO 一樣。full time 嘅，不過我相信其實都係冇嘢做。唔關事，屌你！全球嘅政府工都一樣。屌係啊！屌你日本咁日本文化 K 文化。返工都已經想死啦屌，同埋你韓國都係啦。咁但係冇乜特別就已經係個特別之處。但係外國 OK 啦，屌我望台灣都係差唔多，都係考公務員。email 係啊，屌你！大份工唉屌！係啊。臨時工咯，我幫你揾咯。喂，去啲 agent 網站揾咯，嗰啲係 OK 嘅。去 A 進網站揾咯，揾啲政府文職工咯，臨時嘅。接待處喺度撚走啲客。你講出嚟，覺唔覺得尷尬啊？我認真問你幾耐冇食 M 記？3個星期。點解你要食 M 記嘅？唔係就問你啊嘛？點解食 M 記？reasonable。M 嘅咩啊？但中資唔係就係鬧嘅咩？嚇！咁如果啦，你可以淘寶買嘢，又或者喺黃店嗰度買嗰樣嘢，你會揀邊樣嘢？唔係，係咯，即係如果個來貨係大陸嘅，跟住咧，即係總之，淘寶同黃店。哦。唉，好啦。